Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. Hello? Hi. Ugh. Ugh. Oh my god. No, wrong way. Okay. That's probably fine. Hi. Yes, I am tired. I have been having the strangest time for the past little bit. I haven't been sleeping well, but that's pretty normal. I injured myself yesterday. I hurt my ankle really bad. It's not broken or anything. It just hurts to live with. And then on top of that, I've been planning a fucking actually colossal project. That's gonna kind of it will change how the stream works. Kind of. Why would you hurt yourself? Well, you see, I have pre-existing injuries with my left foot. And I went for a sort of substantial walk yesterday. And when I got home, I couldn't walk properly. I have been limping around for the past day and a half. Like today, like I guess it would just be like a full day because it was today and yesterday. I have been limping around because I can't really walk. So now I'm making an appointment at the doctor to see, like, hey, I get it, right? For some reason, I have pre-existing injury. I should be careful with my ankle or whatever, but it shouldn't hurt this bad. So we're gonna have a little look-see at it. But big plans, big, huge plans for the stream. Next week we're starting an adventure that could take us the entire life of my streaming career to finish. And it doesn't mean that that's the only thing we're gonna do. I will fully explain it, I promise. But it is going to take over kind of everything. It's exciting. I've wanted to do something like it for a long time, but I didn't know what exactly to choose for it. And there are rules in place to make sure that stupid things don't happen. I mean, I guess I could spoil it. I guess to spoil a little bit of it. I didn't want to like fully say it on stream before it happened, but I am gonna make like videos for like I'm gonna make like little like YouTube shorts and other little videos and stuff for it. We're gonna sit in a specific category. We're gonna sit in the games and demos category on Twitch for the foreseeable future after this whole thing starts. And we're gonna be playing a lot of different things. A lot of different things. Because we're gonna go back to my childhood and we're going to explore some nostalgia together. Sort of inspired, like I thought of the idea beforehand, but then I found out that somebody had done something similar. There was a YouTube channel that beat every N64 game. This guy went through and he beat every single N64 game ever created. On a YouTube channel. It's like 364 games or something. And I was like, that's incredible. That's crazy. But what if we took the challenge just a little bit further than that? How long would it take us? How enjoyable would it be? If we went to a console I played most out of any console I've ever owned, and we played the games from that. So the stream is going to become this amalgamated mess of we're going to be playing every game, at least to start it, because I know that's going to take us a long time. At least to start, we will be playing every game released on the PS2 in North America on stream. And it's going to be a lot of work, and trying to choose which game to play I thought would be kind of difficult. But then, so a really good friend of mine and I went through and we've categorized every PS2 game ever that were released in North America. We categorized them into a list, and in that list we got rid of specific games. There's specific games that we're gonna skip, at least for the start. We're not gonna play sports games. We're not gonna play singing games, because I don't really sing and I don't know how that would work the way I've got to do it. So those have been taken out for now. And with me being so indecisive, I wouldn't know what to play because there's so many things. So I have gone and made a wheel that we will be spinning at the start. Every time we finish a game, we're gonna pull the wheel out and we're gonna spin the wheel, and then we're gonna choose. That will choose which game we're gonna play, and then we will play that game for that stream. We're gonna hit the button, spin the wheel, and then we're gonna play that game on stream, and we will go through every game released in North America on the PS2. And yeah, I know that's not everybody's cup of tea. And I know that there's gonna be games that are gonna come out that are brand new releases that I'm really badly gonna want to play on stream. So my thought on it is that we're not gonna cut out everything that's new. We're never gonna cut out everything that's new, because I'm sure there's gonna be new games that are gonna be super, super exciting that I'm gonna really badly want to play on stream. So that's still an option for us. We can still play new games. We can still collab with people and play games. We can still play whatever. But as it is, we don't really collab with people much often anyway. Like, if a group of people came to me and were like, hey, we want to play Peak with you, I'd be like, sure. And then we might have a stream where we played Peak and it would be fun or whatever. But we're going to hit our challenge and we're going to try to get it done. Because you know what? Instead of like playing the new games, like playing Silksong or whatever, and then people not wanting to watch because, oh, I don't want to be spoiled on this game or whatever. I'm sorry, but you're not going to be spoiled in a game that came out for the PS2, which as its latest release was like fucking FIFA 14. You're not being spoiled in a game that came out like 10, 15 years ago. I'm sorry. And if you are worried about being spoiled on that, I guess your problem is that you didn't play it soon enough. So that's the plan. Most of my off-stream time this week is being spent. I am working on promotional material, I guess, for that. I'm making like shorts, and I want to make like a full-length video of like a promotional thing for us for this adventure, because I want it to be cool. I want it to be exciting, and I would love to just pull random people who are like, what the hell are they doing? And it's like, we're beating every PS2 game, and we're starting with North America because I'm from North America. But if we beat all of them, especially if we beat all of them in like in a relatively good time, we will move to playing the PAL version, like the PAL games that were added on top, and then we'll move to the JP games if we can manage to play the JP games while not speaking Japanese. But that does mean that playthroughs that we haven't finished will then have to be restarted and then finished. AKA, we never beat Persona 3 Reloaded, and Persona 3 came out on the PS2, so we're gonna have to beat Persona 3. Just beating the main story or going for 100%? We are just beating the games. We're not 100%ing them. If we were 100%ing every single game on the PS2, I don't think we would ever actually finish, to be honest. Plus, there are games that like, there's certain things we're gonna have to decide rules for, right? Because like certain like beating games is kind of difficult to explain. Like how do you beat a fighting game? You know, like what's the end of the fighting game? Some of them have story modes, but some of them are just like, here's the arcade mode and here's this other thing. So you kind of have to like decide when the game ends. And I think for fighting games and stuff, we might just do it for like a stream. We might just spend the day playing that game. Like if we rolled into like Soul Calibur 3, we would probably just play it for that day, because I don't think it has a story mode. I think it just has a selection of arcade modes for every character, I believe. And that's one of the reasons why I took out sports games, is because sports games, you don't like beat a sports game. You can play as a team and win the big award, whatever it is for whatever sport, but you don't like beat the game. You just play the sport game until the sport game ends, right? So most of the sports games I took out because they're more confusing than anything. Things like I think like Guitar Hero and stuff, I'm pretty sure those have story modes. Plus, something with Guitar Hero, I don't know if we can actually play Guitar Hero on YouTube. And I know on Twitch it's gonna get muted. Hello, fellow sports ball players. Yeah, I mean, like, that's what I mean, right? There's like NFL, there's Madden, like 7 million of them. I think there's like 11 just Madden games, because then there's like AFL games, and then other like there's like NCAA, I think it might be football. There's so many football games on the PS2, and like they're all the same. You pick a play, you run the play, you throw the ball by pressing X, square, circle, or triangle, and then it throws to the run guy, and then the guy catches it or doesn't, and then you run to the end, or they intercept it or tackle you or whatever, and then you either score or you don't. I just and then you win that game, you gotta play more games, and they're like 30 minutes long, and it's like, and then at the end you either win the cup thing or you don't, and I just don't know how you decide that it's over, you know, like I don't know how you decide that the sports ball thing that you decided was over. So for now, we're skipping sports games. Also to keep the list like shorter, because North American releases for just North American releases for the PS2 was like almost 2,000 games or something. It's wild. What about racing / extreme sports games like Tony Hawk? So, specific rules, snowboarding and stuff like SSX and stuff I took out, but Tony Hawk and like Need for Speed, so like racing, like just like Gran Turismo I took out, but Need for Speed I left in, because I felt like Gran Turismo, I don't know if there's a story mode, and I don't know if there's like a specific end, but I know in Need for Speed that there's a story, and there is a specific end to the game. Same with like Tony Hawk, you beat all the levels and then the game's over. Whereas SSX, I don't know if you beat the levels and the game's over, or if it's just like literally like race down the hill. So that's kind of the separation, is more like if it has an objective versus if it doesn't. I kind of tried to sort it, but that's only based on my own knowledge. Like I took out the F1 games because I don't think that they have a story mode. If they do, that's kind of weird and kind of cool, I guess. But like I took them out for now. But the thing is, I took them out for now. It doesn't mean that they're not going to come back in later. I think at least Tricky has an unlock all the characters. See, but that to me isn't enough. Like unlock all the characters isn't like beating the game. That's just like I don't know. It feels wrong. Whereas like Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 and 4, you literally beat the levels by getting the scores or whatever you need to get through the levels, and then the game ends. But then you can continue to play to get like all the skate letters, get all this, get all that, get all within that, right? So there's like an extension after the game's beat. Need for Speed has a specific story mode, but then yes, there's other races you can do and other like extreme events or whatever. I feel like within the games that we have, there's a good mix of things. Also, if we roll a game like Final Fantasy X or Persona 3 or Persona 4 or Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne, or I think the Dot Hack games, or like Tales of the Abyss, those like big JRPGs that will not be the sole game we're playing for an extended period of time. If we roll a JRPG, we'll roll to get a secondary game, so we're playing at least 2 games at the same time, because the JRPGs are going to take a long time. And just to give us some variation, we'll be playing a JRPG with something else. So some days we can have like a relief. It's like a breather day. 3 days of the week you play the JRPG, 1 day you get that breather day. And that's JRPG specifically. Games like Kingdom Hearts, we can just blast through Kingdom Hearts. Which there are 3 Kingdom Hearts games for the PS2. Oh, and another game where we'll have to cut our time will be Monster Hunter. Because the first Monster Hunter takes a fucking lifetime to beat. Because it sucks and the controls are awful. Which is another thing we have to get over, is the fact that the controls for PS2 games are very iffy, depending on which ones you're playing. I thought Kingdom Hearts was a longer game. It kind of is. I mean, if we stream 4 days of the week, and I stream for at least a good amount of time, we could probably beat a Kingdom Hearts game in like just a week. Depending on how good I am. And depending on how shit I am at the game. Also, we'll be playing it, like, we're playing them for fun, right? So I'm not gonna go into every game and be like, let's play this in the hardest difficulty. Meh. We're just gonna play them for fun. We're playing them, we're technically just playing them to beat them. That's kind of the goal. So a lot of the games, to be honest, either I A, have never played, or B, have never heard of. Oh, and I don't know why. This is the exciting part for me. Everyone's like, oh my god, I wonder what games you're gonna play. I wonder, like, when you're gonna get to this really cool game that I remember from my childhood. I'm wondering when you're gonna play, like, the Crash games, or, like, the Sly Cooper, or Ratchet and Clank, or whatever. But then there's me sitting here like, man, I'm so excited to play Wheel of Fortune. I'm so excited for when we get to play Wheel of Fortune. There's, like, Wheel of Fortune, the Friends trivia game. I think there's a Jeopardy game. Oh my god, I'm so excited. And they're gonna be so funny. I'm not gonna know any of the answers. I'm really bad at Wheel of Fortune. The Friends trivia game I've never played before, but we get to play it. I'm actually really excited for it. We get to play some games that I remember owning that were kind of niche. Like the Full Metal Alchemist, one of the Full Metal Alchemist games I owned, and I never beat it. We get to play games in series that I, as a kid, so I owned a PS2, I actually have 2, and there were games that I never played, right? There's full series of games that I never played, and some of them are really popular games that I never played. Like, I have never played Ratchet and Clank. I rented it one time from a Blockbuster, and I didn't like it, so I never finished it. So people who love Ratchet and Clank will be coming in to see a person who's never played the games before, playing the games for the first time. And I never... So a friend of mine and I have played Sly Cooper together. He played it and streamed it to me, and like I watched him play it. But me personally, I have never played Sly Cooper before. So I will get to do that for the first time on stream. Same with Final Fantasy X. I've never beaten all the way through that, but I've beaten, like, a bunch of it. Yeah, I'm a collector. I collect PS2 games. That's a huge thing for me. I love getting them. I have a bunch of the controllers. I have a bunch of the different style controllers. My favorite one being my blue one, which is the blue, like, see-through shell one. I don't know. I think that this journey will be fun. I think we'll get some fun stuff out of it. I think we'll get fun content out of it. I think we'll have fun going on a little nostalgia trip. I don't know how old everybody is, but that, like, 90s to early 2000s kid that grew up and you get your PS2 for the first time, you plug it in with whatever game you get for the first time. At least you don't have to play Final Fantasy 13. Yeah, but, like, I've attempted to play Final Fantasy X, I think, 3 times at this point, and I've never made it that far in the game because I don't like it. So we're gonna have to go through all that, which will be a time. Oh, and another thing. Speaking of Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy 13, so Two things. One, Final Fantasy XI was a game that came out for the PS2. And we can't play it because the servers aren't available for the PS2 anymore. So that will be cut. It's an MMO anyway. But we can't play it because it's not available to the audience anymore. So games that don't have continued service anymore, we're not going to play. Which I think is literally only that one game. But that's not going to be a thing. And the other thing is that if we roll into a game, okay, we'll use Ratchet and Clank again because it's like a big whatever. Ratchet and Clank has like 6 games, right? 5, 6 games, whatever, for the PS2. If we roll Ratchet and Clank, but we roll like the first time we roll Ratchet and Clank, we roll Up Your Arsenal. We're not gonna play Up Your Arsenal. We're gonna go in order of the games that they're like chronological order. The same thing with like Kingdom Hearts. If we roll Kingdom Hearts 2 first, we're gonna play the first game, and then we'll play Rechain of Memories, and then we'll play 2. Obviously not right back to back, but like if we roll 2, we're gonna play the first one. Just to keep it so like they're chronologically in order for everybody. Just in case people haven't played them before, we can at least get the order correct. We can play them in like in a decent chronological space. And I'm gonna make sure that they're all kept in the YouTube like backlog of our streams. I'll name the stream whatever when we're playing, like when we go live. But then after the stream, I'm gonna go back in and I'm gonna put the game that we're playing on, and I'll retitle the stream to be like, you know, this game, whatever, that part. Just so that we have like a cohesive, like, if you wanted to go back, if you missed a stream and you're like, oh, you're on Up Your Arsenal, but I didn't see the first game, you have a point to like jump back to. I think that'll be cool, right? Actually, I don't even know what that means. I would love to understand what that means, but I don't know the ability because I didn't really ever use Shadowheart, so it's kind of my bad. Is it just an ability with a low hit chance? Yeah, so that's kind of the plan moving forward. I think it'll be fun. I'm expecting it to be kind of a cool experience. And I said it was going to take us a long time because honestly, with the number of games that there are, it's going to take us such a colossal amount of time to get through every single one. But I'm excited. There's super games. You put the B on there and it reminded me that the B movie game came out for the PS2. That we got to play that too. So there's some crazy shit we're going to have to play that like, oh, what was it? A friend of mine, actually, I was talking to her the other day. This was like a week or something ago. And she mentioned a game for the PS2. Oh, fuck, what was it called? This was some stupid fucking... She's like, I remember this game from when I was a kid, and she's getting a PS2 right now, so she can play her old, like, these old games from her childhood or whatever. Some random fucking, like, I don't even know what it's called, but, like, it's this game where you play as, like, this weird-looking dude, and he looks like a Jimmy Neutron-looking dude, and you gotta, like, herd these small animals, but then there's like a Yeti monster thing that comes after you, and she's like, I love this game, and I'm like, what the fuck? What is that? What are you doing? what is this game? And she's like, I'm so excited to get to play it again. And I'm like, what are you talking about? This can't be real. So she's kind of like psychotic, but apparently this is a game I'm gonna have to play. Because apparently it was released in North America because she's from the States. So, yeah. Sacred Flame is a cleric cantrip that does radiant damage, but it's a wisdom save, and basically everything has decent wisdom. Wait, no, it's Dex. Okay, so, I just used a Karlach, and I played with a friend, and we each had we had our main characters that we made, and then we had like a side character that we played. I played my main character as a bard, and then I had Karlach as my side character, and they played their main character, which was a sorceress, and their side character was Will. Who's Warlock, and that's how we played through the game. So, but that's something I'm not gonna get to do on stream. I'm not gonna get to play I mean, I wasn't gonna get the people together anyway. There was no chance for me to get 4 people that would consistently come to stream that would allow me to play all of Baldur's Gate with them. But I would have if I had the people. Sacred Flame is notorious for having everything save against it. Huh. I never really got big into the Baldur's Gate community. I played the game the one time, and I planned to play it a few other times with other people, but then it never came together. Me and the other people would always, it's like when you're trying to organize to play D&D for real, you would make the plan with people, and then it would just never happen. So, but this is gonna be huge. The channel, the stream and everything is gonna be very, I mean, it's gonna be the same, right? We're just gonna be playing stupid things and having fun doing whatever, but it's going to be different because the games we're gonna be playing are going to be old, and there's gonna be some nostalgia involved and crazy stuff like that. And I am shifting the focus of the videos I'm posting on YouTube to be more in line with what we're doing. So expect that it's going to be a lot of shorts and stuff to come out. Less long-term stuff, because trying to make the long-form videos will be made out of probably our compilations of what we play of the games. So did Morrowind release for the PS2, or was it Xbox and PC exclusive? I don't actually know. We haven't got to that portion of the list. So we did the second half of the list, which was the lower half of the list, which I guess should include that. So I don't think it's there. But we still have to do the top half of the list so we can get all the games together so we know what I have to do. But I don't think the wheel that I found I think goes to 1,000. It only goes from 1 to 1,000. So we're going to have to somehow split the list into sections so I can roll properly. I guess I don't think I'm gonna be able to roll that way. And my plan is we'll come onto the screen like this. We'll hang out like this for a little bit. We'll chat a little bit, and then I'll pop the wheel out and we'll see it, and I'll spin it, and then we'll see what we're doing for the day or for the week or for whatever. Because the PS2 has a lot of games, and a lot of the games are fairly long, right? A normal human isn't beating Jak and Daxter in one day. You're not sitting down one day and beating all of Jak and Daxter. That's at least a 2-day experience. So, if there's 1,000 games and every game took 2 days, that's 2,000 days. That's a lot of streaming, right? Even if we streamed every single day for the year, that's multiple years of streaming to get through every game. And I don't stream every day. But keeping that in mind, there are going to be some days, weekend days, that I will randomly stream. And I'll try to let you guys know ahead of time if I'm going to. Just kind of to push through more games that we got to get through. I'll post it on the Discord. I'll probably post it on Twitter. I'm gonna try to use my Twitter more. We'll probably post like PS2 memes and whatever. We'll make PS2 memes. We'll make new ones. After the fucking, it's been 11 years since last game released. Brand new PS2 memes. In the new age. And I wanted to add more stuff from like the 90s and like early 2000s or early to mid 2000s to the stream, but I don't know how. So if I ever figure it out, maybe we will. Like at one point, I was thinking about adding a Tamagotchi on stream that I like leave on screen and you guys can like interact with it or whatever. So you could like feed it and try to keep it alive. But like, I don't know, maybe if I can manage to get it to work. Because I thought it would be fun. And it gives you guys something to do if you're bored of me playing whatever fucking dumb game that we're gonna be playing. Because I'm sure there are going to be days that are going to be fucking boring. Also, if you were excited about watching me play Persona 4 instead of just Persona 3, we do have to play both. So, but that's a game series where if I rolled Persona 4, we're playing Persona 4, not Persona 3, because like they don't really care about their chronology, like at all. You just kind of play them. Also, oh, and we took out collections. That was another thing I meant to mention. We took out collections of like older games. So like the Midway collection and the Namco arcade collection and stuff, we took that kind of stuff out. Because like, I don't think it's fair. Not only to the challenge itself, but to us, I don't think it's fair. Because it would be like the Namco fucking arcade collection is like, here's a collection of 50 old ass fucking arcade games. It's like, well, these didn't come out for the PS2. You made a collection that came out for the PS2. So like, I'm not doing that. It would be like if I wanted to play all the Xbox games and they're like, well, what about the Xbox arcade games? And I'm like, a bunch of those are just re-releases from old ass consoles. You can't just like count those as Xbox games. It's not the same. And like, I get for some consoles it counts, right? For some consoles it makes sense. For the Switch 2, if you're gonna play every Switch 2 game, does it make sense that you play like Breath of the Wild? Kinda, because they made like a different, like a semi-different version where it's upgraded and plays better for that. But not for everything, I guess. I don't know. I wouldn't know what to do with newer consoles because they're kind of too all over the place. That was kind of one of the reasons why the PS2 was like my stopping point. It was where I kind of settled because I was gonna do the N64, but then I was like, there's too much like Nintendo crap on it. Like there's too much like Nintendo slop on the N64, which makes sense because it's a Nintendo console. And I thought about doing the PS1, but then I remembered that the PS1 is like a JRPG machine. It's like all the games. It's like literally a bunch of fucking old ass JRPGs. And it wasn't like my childhood. The PlayStation 1 was like a portion of my childhood, but the PS2 was, that's like the nostalgia for me. The way that people have like nostalgia for like Halo, and like some people have nostalgia for like the old Super Marios, like the SNES versions and stuff. The PlayStation 2 is like the console that made me a gamer. The N64 was the first one that I owned myself personally, but I don't own like any games for the N64. And I don't plan to own any more games for the N64 than I do right now. But the PS2, if I could own every single PS2 game, which is the plan at some point in my future, I would. And I'm planning on looking for them. That is kind of the goal, is to go and like thrift or like go to retro game stores. And I'm mostly excited for the classic Star Wars Battlefront games. There's actually a lot of Star Wars games. I think there are 11 or 12 Star Wars games for the PS2. And some of them, like Star Wars Battlefront, are fucking awesome. And some of them are super bombad racing. And I don't know. I said Super Bombad Racing to the friend of mine who was doing the list. I was like, oh look, Super Bombad Racing, that's gonna be awful. And he goes, isn't that just like pod racing? Isn't that the whole point of that? And I'm like, no. Super Bombad Racing is that stupid cartoon game where they have the big fucking bobbleheads and you race around. And then we looked at the cover and it has like a fucking pop figure, fucking Darth Maul and Yoda on it. So, oh, that was another thing. Thank God you brought up fucking Star Wars Battlefront. Because there is another note that I gotta make about the list there. So, games that came out for the PS2, I'll use two different examples, but Star Wars is a good one to start with. So Star Wars came out with 3 games that end up becoming the same game, right? They came out with Lego Star Wars and then Lego Star Wars The Original Trilogy, okay? 2 separate games, both wonderful, both a good time, but then they came out with Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga, which is just the amalgamation of the first 2 games kind of mushed together into a singular game. I thought about it for a while about what to do in that situation, and I think the idea is that we're just going to play the amalgamated version. So if it would be a situation where we play the Complete Saga instead of playing the original trilogy and then the first Lego Star Wars. It's to make it so that we're not like replaying the same stuff, right? The same way with the other example I was thinking of was Devil May Cry. There's Devil May Cry 1, 2, and 3, and then there's the Devil May Cry collection, which is 1, 2, and 3 within a collection of games. So like the point is that we'll play all 3 games, absolutely, but we'll play the collected version of those games instead of playing each one individually and then playing the collection to play each one individually. And the Complete Saga might have more content overall, but it is also just the same 2 things. It's like a special edition. It's like the difference between Midnight Club and then Midnight Club Dub Edition. They're the same. One is just an expanded version of that game. So whenever that kind of situation happens, we cut it by just making it the expanded version is what we're gonna play. If that makes sense. It's to make it so that we're not playing, like, imagine we rolled into like Lego Star Wars, the original Lego Star Wars, and then we rolled into the Complete Saga. We'd be playing the first game, and then we'd be playing the first game again just to play the original trilogy. And then if we rolled the original trilogy right after that, we'd be playing the original trilogy again for no reason. Like, it's just to make us so that we're not doing the same thing over and over. So anytime that there's like multiple editions of the same game, we're just playing one of the multiple editions. Which means that for Persona 3, we're playing one of the 2 editions that came out in the PS2, not both. Like we're gonna actually think about it logically and not play the same game multiple times. Which is another reason why we take out the sports games, because if we played Madden, it wouldn't matter which Madden we played. They're all the same fucking game. You know what I mean? It's like the NHL games or the NBA games. Literally, it's like, you play the sports game, you play the sports game. Congratulations, you played the sports ball. That's all of them. It's like playing the modern Call of Duties. Have you played Call of Duty? Have you played Call of Duty before? Well, guess what? It's the same. This new thing that you're doing is the same as the old thing you just did. Like playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare, the original Modern Warfare, and then playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, you're playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare again. You're just playing that same game again. Like, I'm sorry. People who play Call of Duty Black Ops, you're playing Call of Duty Black Ops again. Need to experience how the original Persona 3 originally didn't let you control your companions aside from vague tactics. Yeah, I guess. Which maybe will make the game like more either quicker or just more interesting because I'll have less control over what everybody's doing. We do get the choice between Persona 3 and Persona 3 FES. And I don't remember what the differences are. I remember we talked about it during the Persona 3 stream, but I don't remember what FES was specifically. But we do get the choice between those two versions. So, probably FES, just because it's like, I guess it would be newer? I believe FES is bonus endgame content. Oh. That would be very far into that game, because that game's enormous. But yeah, so as in post-game story. Oh. It would mean that we're playing Persona 3 for longer. Unless it's like, well, I don't know. Probably play it for longer. We'll see. We gotta get there, right? This is all gonna start next week on Monday. So if you want to be there for the first stream of this nightmarish situation that we're going into, Monday of next week. And that journey is gonna start next Monday and go for however long the stream goes for. And one of the reasons we're sitting in the fucking we're sitting in the Hollow Knight silksong category right now, which we shouldn't be. We should be sitting and just chatting right now. Let me move us. Let me move us so I'm not being a fucking nightmare streamer. Let's move us to just chatting. Just chatting. That's what we're doing. We're just chatting. Oh yeah, I have moved us. One of the reasons I put us in the silksong category is because of the fact that after this week, if we don't beat silksong, which I'm planning that we probably won't beat silksong, because I'm pretty sure we have a lot of the game left. I don't think I'm gonna actually plan on beating silksong on stream. I don't know if I'm gonna beat it in general. My gripes with the game, I think are fair. I understand if people don't believe that they're fair. I like it overall. I think the game's fairly good. But my issues with it are they're growing too much. And I know that they've changed things. A friend of mine started playing it and streaming it to me, and the things that have changed just ended up making me more mad at the situation. So, yeah. So I'm not sure if we're gonna beat silksong, but probably not. I understand people who like Hollow Knight and who like that whole situation. I just don't agree with the community cry out. Yeah, don't spoil the just chatting. Don't spoil the chatting section of my stream. The two biggest gripes, well, I mean, the two biggest gripes I had about silksong were the rosary economy was really bad, and enemies doing 2 damage was fucking frustrating. And they made the rosary economy way, way, way easier. Like, benches that were costing me 80 now cost 30, which is just, like, infuriating to see. And the enemies doing 2 damage is still a thing. So, I don't know. It was... And then I found something else that it just frustrated me. Is a friend found an area that I didn't find and went into it and was like struggling a bit in that area. And I was thinking to myself, is that area just not mandatory? Because it's in the first act, in the first set of areas. And if it's not mandatory and the bosses don't give you upgrades. So if it's not mandatory and the bosses don't give you upgrades, what is that area for? Silksong is the first time I've played a Metroidvania where I feel like you are and you aren't rewarded for exploring in the strangest ways. Also, he has a criticism of the game. He thinks that you should be able to fast travel from benches, which I kind of agree with, because having a separate fast travel point from the benches and having benches and fast travel points be actually like at least a little distance away from each other is kind of just annoying. Like, I don't know. I know that's a Hollow Knight thing, but people compare Hollow Knight to the Souls games a lot, and like in the Souls games, you can teleport between the bonfires. Not in Dark Souls 1, you have to like unlock that, but like, I don't know. Something about the way he said it, I was like, no, you're kind of right. We should be able to do that. Why can't we? And then his secondary complaint was, why am I paying this NPC for basic features? Like, he bought the map and the quill. He was like trying to figure out where he was supposed to go and where he was based on the environment around him. He was doing a pretty good job. But then I was like, you can buy a compass from her for like 70 or whatever, because we saw it earlier. And then he was like, oh, okay. And I was like, you have to equip it into your charm slot. And he was like, oh, okay, got it. And then I was like, but if you want to mark the benches that you find on your map, you have to buy these other pins from her. He's like, wait, what the fuck? Why do I have to pay for these basic features? Why do I have to pay to landmark places? And I was like, I don't know. Like, it's just the way that the game works. He's like, why am I paying for basic features? And it's just like, the way it all kind of broke down when he said it, I was like, he's making total sense, and I don't understand why the community likes that feature. And if they don't, then why don't they complain more? My big problem is the get good mentality of people with this game. Where they're like, oh, you're struggling with this thing? Just get good. And it's like, but that's not... It's not that style of situation. Like... It's about... to an extent, it's a little bit about consistency, but then there's also the random factor that it adds in with the way that enemies move and the way that like attacks happen and stuff. So it's just I'm not part of the silksong community, so I have no horse in this race. I understand that. I'm not really part of the silksong community myself. I was playing the game because it was new and it came out, and I was like, you know what? I didn't like Hollow Knight. I'll give Silksong a chance to see if they like improved and made it better. And I do think that Silksong is like, I think that Silksong's a good game. I'll be disappointed if Silksong wins Game of the Year. If that makes sense. Like, I think that the people who worked on it, because I think the team is like 3 people or whatever. I think for 3 people, they did an excellent job. I think they made a game that was very competent. I just think that the people who are going to call this a masterpiece and think it's one of the greatest games that's ever been made are just a little delusional. The same way that I think that people who think that Skyrim is some kind of RPG masterpiece are delusional. But I will give the people who play Skyrim the fact that Skyrim is a very... I hate the word. I hate the saying the words. Skyrim, for its time when it came out, was a fairly large game with a lot of content. And it's just... There have been a lot of games that can be considered Game of the Year this year. To be honest, completely honest, I think that the only game that is like a Game of the Year quality is probably the Claire Obscure 33. And I haven't played it yet, but from what I've heard, that game is fantastic. I have seen no one complain about that game. I have seen not a soul complain about that game. Like, I think that games, like little smaller games, I think that Peak is like the indie darling of the year. Because that game is fantastically goofy. And it's a great time with friends. I just think that if it's gonna be, if we're talking about Game of the Year 2025, silksong is definitely the most anticipated Game of the Year. Absolutely. If it wins that award, if there's like a most anticipated game of this year award, they can have that, because silksong has been the most anticipated game of every year for the past like fucking however 7 years that it's been in development. I just don't want it to win Game of the Year. I want games that deserve that recognition to get it. And as much as I think that silksong is a good game, I don't think that it's a Game of the Year. I don't think it's that quality. I think it's good, but I don't think it's Game of the Year good. So, it can have its place, but not that place. To me, in my opinion. It's the same way that if fucking, like, I like it, but if Battlefield releases and then wins Game of the Year, I'm gonna be mad. But Battlefield is fun and goofy, and especially fun and goofy with friends, but it's not Game of the Year. It's literally just another shooter that plays like a Battlefield. It's not Game of the Year. I'm sorry. That Claire Obscure whatever, I don't remember, I don't know exactly the perfect title. It's Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I've heard nothing bad about it. It's priced appropriately. I just seems fantastic. Silksong, I think, as a game is done a lot for the gaming community, and I think it will continue. The fact that like Nintendo releases games that they're calling AAA for like $1 million, and like Borderlands 4 releases for like $125. And then silksong releases for literally $20. I think that says a lot about the gaming community right now. I think that overall we are a little bit stuck in our way. I think that we're kind of like stuck in this place where games are being too expensive. One of the reasons why I wanted to do this, like this whole like throwback thing to the PlayStation 2, is the fact that I feel like gaming today, to be fair, nobody is saying Borderlands 4 is winning Game of the Year. Yeah, I don't think that anybody's going to say that. I just thought I'd bring it up because it was so expensive. I think that people will say that like the fucking Donkey Kong Bonanza will though, but I don't think it should. My thing, this whole throwback thing for the PS2 for me, okay, it's like, for me when I played the PS2, I felt like a lot of games were more adventurous and creative, if that makes sense. I feel like back in the day, if I went to a Blockbuster Video or an EB Games, or I don't even think EB Games is a thing. If you went to buy a video game from anywhere, you would look at them and they would be so strange. They would be so strange. You'd be like, what the fuck even is this? You have like Monster Hunter, which literally on the front cover just says Monster Hunter and there's dinosaurs on it. And then you go and you look at another game and it's just this big blue box and it says a bully. Or you fucking see this other box and it's got like this fucking weird raccoon on it with a hook and it's Sly Cooper. And you just look at them and you're like, what the fuck am I looking at? What are these? And instead of nowadays where you'd go online and you'd look and you'd see like, oh, it's just a generic shooter or this or that. You look and you see like, you bring it home and you put it in and you're like, oh shit, this is a stealth game where I play as a raccoon stealing shit from people? That's fucking crazy. Or like, you put in Monster Hunter and you're like, what the fuck is this game? What am I even doing? What do you mean kill these fucking giant fucking stegosaurus so that I can have meat? What are you talking about? What do you mean I can't finish the game until I fish up 4 goldfish? What are you talking about? What do you mean I rented Monster Hunter and can't beat it in the 7 days that I have because the game is so fucking long? But like, that's what I mean. It's like, nowadays games are like, the creative games that we get are indie games. And the AAA companies are making like, here's Borderlands 4. It's like Borderlands 1 and 2 and 3 and the pre-sequel and this and that and it's just a shooter. And it's a looter shooter. And then another company's like, we made Call of Duty and we have Warzone, which is just an extraction looter shooter. Like, it's so the same. And then like the indie company's like, here's like Silksong and Peak and like Lethal Company and some just random shit. And you're like, oh, cool. But like that nostalgia, I don't know. There's the nostalgia of like, you see a game, you find the box art, and you're like, what the fuck is that? Where's my battle pass with my, where's my battle royale with my battle pass? Exactly. Like, the PS2, when you bought a game, right? You go to the store, you pick up fucking Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga, you bring it home. That's it. That's it. That's all you get. You're like, but I want my battle pass where I can unlock fucking Darth Jar Jar. Nope, wrong. Absolutely wrong. No DLC, no fucking battle pass, no monthly subscription, nothing. That's it. That's it. You buy the game, you get it, and then it's done. That's the whole game. There's no waiting for DLC to release later. There's no battle passes. There's no nothing. You buy the game, and that's the whole game. And they would give you the whole game. And there's no like, oh, well, oh, you were playing Dark Souls 2 and you had a religious, like you had a faith run going where you were using lightning? Well, we nerfed that build, so now it's shit. Nope, none of that. When the game releases and you get it in your console and you put it in the disc drive and it starts to spin, that's it. That's it. The game is done. So if you find something that's broken and bullshit that you can do in the game, that's it. That's all you got to do. That broken bullshit in the game and you win. You figure out that in Soul Calibur 2 for the GameCube, Link has a grab where you jump over someone's arm and slash their back and they fly off the edge. Good. Abuse that. Like, there's no patching it to make it balanced. The game is released and then you play the game as it's released. Period. But my Need for Speed 2, why is the fucking Nissan 350Z the fastest car in the game? Well, because that's how they made it. Fuck you. There's no extra shit on top. That's it. Period. You get the game, that's the whole game. Shut up and play it. And I love that. I love that about old games. Do I like that some of the new games have quality of life patches that makes it so that things don't break? Sure. But I don't need the constant little patches for stuff. I don't need the balance patches for single player games. I'm sorry that you released a single player game in a state that's fucking dumb. That's your fault. Did it make some PS2 games unbelievably hard? Yes. Yes, it did. But I'm not gonna complain because it's just how it worked. That's what I mean. Like, fucking look at Borderlands 4. Look at how many people are having troubles even just playing the game. With the fucking creator tweeting out, well, why don't you fucking build it then? Motherfucker, when we made PS2 games, they just came out and they were just, they released like that and then you just played them and they worked. Your console never said, I can't do this, and then just die. There's one PS2 game I know that had a problem. Like, the only game for the PS2 that I know that has an actual, like, serious problem is Soul Calibur 3, where if you play a specific mode where you create your own character and then you make that save file on your fucking memory card, it will corrupt the whole memory card. But that's one out of all of the games I've ever played. Like, when you're making video games, I don't need you to have a QA team. I don't need you to have like a game tester team of people that are game testing your team and also like trying to keep their jobs and like be like, oh, like fucking kiss asses about work, okay? We need people who are literally honest human beings to play the video game and be like, hey, this shit is fucked. We need to fix this shit that's fucked. Like, you can't tell me that games made back in the day were fucking the key. I get it. It was made for specific consoles. The consoles were easier to make for because you could optimize it for that specific console instead of everybody's PC that everybody owns some different set of hardware or whatever. I understand that, okay? Start testing it across a whole bunch of different hardwares then. A crazy thought. Don't have like, oh, we signed with this one company, we bought like 70 rigs that all have this one graphics card, this one processor, whatever. Just do a bunch of them. I just don't need it to just be NVIDIA. I need it to be Intel and AMD and the fucking all of it. It needs to be all of it, just so that everybody has the stuff. Like, I get it, and it's hard, okay? I get that it's hard. But just test it. Just make shit work. Exactly. On top of not only new games patching, right? The new game, you get it, you have to patch the game. Okay, there's like a day one patch. How do you have a day one patch? The game just came out. Literally today. Just put the patch in the game. Don't release a pre-installer without that patch being a part. How do you have stuff that's broken in the pre-install? How do we have day one patches? And then on top of that day one patch, like, well, you better install your NVIDIA drivers because they're also gonna be fucked. How? How is that? How are they fucked? How did you test this game without those patches involved? How? So now if I update that and it's all fucked up, now the game's fucked up because of my NVIDIA patch. Which patch am I supposed to blame? The day one patch, or the NVIDIA day one patch, or the NVIDIA day 4 patch, or the fucking game's day 4 patch, or this or that? Why can't we just release games that work? And then on top of that, instead of making the game work and be functional or whatever, we're like, let's release day one DLC and fucking special shit for the special edition and then shut the fuck up. I don't care about your special edition or your day one fucking DLC. Make the game work. Like, come on. And like, I'll give it to silksong. There has not been bugs in silksong. I mean, there's bugs in silksong because that's the majority of the cast. But there's not bugs in silksong, like the game's not broken. I've seen literally one person posted a video about one bug. And it was like, since enemies stop their motion when you kill them, they fall at a certain point and then they stop their motion. If you hit a platform that falls as they die, they'll get stuck midair. So in a very specific situation, enemies will get stuck midair while they're dead. So, and it's like, okay, come on. Day 1 DLC does need to die. I don't want to instantly be locked out of content. The game can't be over $100 and have things that I can't have in it when I, like, if you pre-order it. If I've bought the game already, Day 1, you can't decide that there's gonna be content that I don't have. Exactly. Day one DLC is literally just cut content. It's literally content that they're just like, we're not gonna put this in the game so we can sell it. And that's any game. Any game that has Day 1 DLC is literally just like, what if instead of letting everybody have the stuff that they want, we just cut it out and then make them pay for it? Exactly. I love Monster Hunter, but I will give them shit for the shit that they pull. Oh my god. Where are you, Monster Hunter? I'm about to give you some shit right now. Monster Hunter Wilds. Let's give you some shit right now. Let's give you some shit for having $479 worth of DLC in a game. Fucking. This game came out February of this year. February of this year. And it has almost $500 of DLC. And they're like pendants and shit. The soundtrack is $100. Are you kidding me? I think that the most egregious thing that they sell, is the fact that they sell character recustomization things. Are you fucking shitting me? It's not an MMO. I'm not playing Final Fantasy XIV. I'm playing goddamn Monster Hunter. I get it. I'm online with a bunch of other people. I could just make a new character. Have to beat the whole fucking game again just so I can have a different look. But what the fuck? See, the video game industry seems to be the only one where people say that they're okay with the products being unfinished when they sell it. But the thing is that no one is happy about it. Everybody just lives with it. You just live with the fact that they've decided, hey, this isn't going to be fully released. Like, this isn't going to be fully done when we release it. And then when games are fully, like, finished when they're released, they get praised like all hell. Everyone's like, oh my god, this game is a full game. We need to not overpraise games that come out that are full games, because we need the companies to realize that what we want is for the games to release as full games. I don't want DLC for Donkey Kong Bonanza because I want Donkey Kong Bonanza to be the whole game. Monster Hunter, I give Monster Hunter credit for the fact that the game is released and they're updating it for free with new monsters and new hunts. Great. Why do I have to pay for the DLC to get my character to recreate it? How often are you seeing your character? They're usually wearing a helmet. I make my outfits without the helmet. Well, I don't understand how modern games have cameras that are shit. We know how to make a camera good in a game. Have you never played a video game before? You're like, man, the camera in this game's really good. Okay, your game, make the camera like that one. Make that camera in your game. You like that one and it suits your game style? Put that one in your game. No, but that's stealing. Everything about gaming is about stealing. You can't tell me we come up with genres of games that are literally about stealing other genres. Okay, I'll stretch. Go ahead. There's the genre. Metroidvania is a genre of games, okay? Metroid, Castlevania, Metroidvania, okay? And the new games that come out that are Metroidvanias are stealing the concept of the other games. Not in a bad way. They're making their own thing out of it. But it's the same concept, so they're quote stealing it, and it's not. That's not a bad thing. Make your own thing creatively with that. That's great. Call of Duty, modern military shooter. Oh, Battlefield, modern military shooter. They're the same. Oh my god. This stole the ideas from each other. Oh my god. It's like it makes competition. Not in a bad way. Final Fantasy XIV, they've admitted that they stole ideas from World of Warcraft to make their game. Oh my god. The stealing is not a bad thing. If it's like one for one, if everything is literally the same. If you make World of Warcraft and I make World of Warcraft, I'm literally stealing just the whole game. StarCraft, literally just Warhammer, because they couldn't take the Warhammer IP. Oh my god, crazy. Like, you can't make it one for one. It can't be literally the same. But if they're, like, if you take ideas from one thing and make your own thing out of it, good. You like the camera in this game and it would suit your game? Take the camera from that game and put it in your game. Perfect, done. You did a great job. Like, that's fine. I just want you to release your game and have it work. Are we gonna get into the Nintendo patenting game mechanics? Nintendo's like, capturing things in capturing monsters and then you summoning them, and then being able to ride those summoned things. That's our thing. We patented it. I want to see that hold up in court one time. I'm sorry. Are they going to sue Elden Ring? Are you going to sue Elden Ring for torrent? Because you can summon him and ride him out of a bell. He's in an item that you use to summon him. Are you going to sue Elden Ring? Because they will beat the fuck out of you. I'm sorry to say, you bring them to court, they're going to beat the shit out of you. And your patent is going to get revoked. They're doing this because of Palworld. And Palworld has every right to make their game like that. What are you going to sue Final Fantasy? Because you capture the summons and stones and then use that to summon them? Fuck no. No, you are not. Exactly. Nintendo's always been about that. No, you shouldn't be able to patent game mechanics. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. Like, imagine literally right now today, I made a game where fucking, I can't even think of a game mechanic to patent. Where you take turns to battle. I make a turn-based battler, and then I patent the taking turns to fight. I'm like, my game has the taking turns to fight, where I fight and then the enemies fight me back, and then I fight them. Thanks for gifting a sub, Grim, to Hand of Fate. Thank you. If you want to patent the technologies, sure. There's a problem with that too, though. Those patents would have to be more like very specific. Like if Nintendo wanted to patent the Joy-Cons specifically, like MS Ultimate's a patent, then you just sue like League of Legends and like fucking literally like almost any game ever. Like that's an ultimate ability actually, and I'm suing you. It's just stupid. It's just stupid. My game has swords in it. I patented the swords in my games. So I own swords in video games. You can't have swords in your game. Super Smash Bros, fucking Fire Emblem, like Elden Ring, fucking Kingdom Hearts. Sued, you have swords in your game. And that's my thing. Like, that's, yeah. I mean, like, it's like, it's the situation where, like, people used to, and people have for a long time, Sony has been, like, the enemy of gaming. Because they're very, like, they want their exclusives, they want to be isolationist on their own platform and be very themselves and do their own thing, and whatever. Like, they're very, like, give us the IP and we'll make it big on our console. And people are like, ew, that's so bad, and so... Nintendo is literally the fucking villain of gaming. They increase the game prices of their fucking stupid games that are, like, technology-wise, way behind. They release consoles that are for children, but fucking children would destroy them in literally seconds. And then they make you pay to play your new games on your new console. Not your new games, so play your old games on your new console. Nintendo is the most, like, unfriendly company ever. They have the most friendly IPs, but they are the most unfriendly company I have ever seen. Apple and Nintendo need to get together, have a fucking, like, little love child of unfriendliness in service. They're like, we made our own proprietary port that you charge the Switch from, and it can only charge specifically in our own specific docks. And you're not allowed to modify your console, and you gotta pay $200 for your games, and we're basically just releasing Mario Kart 8, but you can drive around the free world, and in between races, you don't get to just stop, you have to drive between the races. And the characters that you wanted to be in the game aren't in the game. They're gonna come later as DLC, and we're gonna release tracks that were for old games as DLC in the new game, because we don't want to come up with new tracks, and the only two games we're gonna have a release are gonna be this and Donkey Kong Bonanza. Buy the console for $1 million. Excuse you? No. No, thank you. Like, yeah, PlayStation's like, buy our console. Oh, wait, we don't have any. And we don't have any games. But the great thing with the PS5 is that it didn't have any games and there weren't any consoles. So you weren't compelled to buy one and they didn't have any. So you kind of get the double luck out there where you don't need the console at all. Or you could just be Xbox and be like, hey, we have Game Pass on PC and you can just play your games on your PC. Oh, you can't play it on your PC because it's too weak? We have this option where you can stream the games from our server. Exactly. Exactly. Looks at the fact that I have a PS5 and basically just use it for Nier Automata and Genshin. Literally games that came out for previous consoles. Like, I have a PS5. It's right over there in the box. From when I moved home, I moved, okay? It's in the box over there. My PS1, my PS2, my PS3, my PS4 are out on my TV stand. My PS5 is in the box. I have like my favorites of the PlayStation consoles out. My PS5 is in the box because there's no way I'm gonna take it out and use it. What am I gonna use it for? You know, like, yay, I can play, what the fuck was that game called? I don't know. It was a roguelike game where you're on an alien planet or something and you're a space lady with guns and shit. I don't fucking remember what it's called. Returnal. I have Returnal and I have Demon Souls. And you know the game I played the most on my PS5? Persona 5. Persona 5. Like, come on. I want Game of the Year this year to just fucking knock my socks off. Be like, Claire Obscure, Expedition 33 is Game of the Year. And most anticipated game, sure, Silksong. That's fine. The worst of the modern Persona games? I liked Persona 5. I like how they deal with the dungeons best. And the motivation. I've been watching someone play Persona 4 a little bit, and I don't feel the motivation there. Persona 3 has the motivation, but the dungeon is ass. Persona 3 may have the worst dungeon in video games. Tartarus just kind of sucks, I'm gonna be honest. It's not exciting, and it doesn't make me want to fight the enemies on every floor. I literally just want to run past them to get to the next place. Because god fucking damn it, is fighting enemies in that game on every fucking floor boring as shit. And there being like 7 million floors. It's like 200 and something floors, if I remember our conversations correctly. It's just too much. Persona 4, okay, from what I've seen, just didn't give me the motivation to want to care. Persona 3, you start the game, and you're literally walking around and there's coffins everywhere and shit looks fucked up, and then immediately some fucking crazy shit happens. It's like, okay, I want to know what's going on. From what I saw at the beginning of Persona 4, you arrive in a new town and are staying with these people, and then on the news people are getting killed, and for some reason you and your friends are investigating inside the TV. So like, that was kind of why my motivation's not there, because it just doesn't feel like I'm involved. It's like, oh, okay. P5, at least things are happening like at the school. It's like, okay, Kamoshida's just a piece of shit. Gotta investigate that shit. And some weird shit happened where I ended up in a different world. Num num water. Persona 4 anime is the best of them all, and the main character is the best part of it. I haven't seen any of them. I'm kind of waiting until I play the games, watch any things. So we're gonna have to beat through those games eventually. Because again, starting Monday, our journey begins. Our however many day journey through the PS2 library of games begins. Oh my god, if we rolled... Yeah, but... Well, I guess, yeah. If we roll P4 on Monday, we're starting. But that's a 1 in however many chance. So... I don't know how many there are in total, but starting Monday, that's how it's gonna work. Oh, are there Digimon games for the PS2? There have to be, right? Do we get to play the old-ass Digimon games? I know we get to play some Yu-Gi-Oh games. We get to play some crazy fucking Yu-Gi-Oh games, but not the best one. Because that was for the PlayStation 1. So unfortunately, we don't get to play the greatest Yu-Gi-Oh game ever. Unfortunately, the PS2 version of P4 isn't golden, the definitive edition. Yeah. We do have to play original P4. But that's okay. We're playing the game as it originally released. I'm gonna get the old nostalgic feel. I'm excited to start. I'm excited for next week to be like a huge experience like that. It's the start of our Omega journey. We're gonna be that one weird VTuber fucking sitting around playing old ass fucking games. While everyone else is like, let's play the new stuff they released. We'll be like, fuck that. Let's play some old shit. Play some old shit that people barely remember. Let's play Ace Combat 4. Or Armored Core 2. Or... fucking... Dot Hack. Or any one of the Gundam games. Or Dynasty Warriors. Or the old Baldur's Gate games. I think there's one for the PS2, if I'm not mistaken. Or Persona, or Jak and Daxter, or Ratchet and Clank. Or Crash Bandicoot. I'm excited for Persona 4. I'm excited to play basically every game. Because there's a huge list, and I haven't played many of them. And I'm excited for us to play some goofy, dumb games, like the B-movie game. And I'm excited for some games to be really hard for no reason. Because the PS2 is kind of a nightmare console. The B-movie game is fire. B-movie game should have been in a fire. Because movie games should all go into a fire. It has better driving than GTA? I don't believe you. Oh, we get to play GTA. We get to play GTA 3, Vice City, and San Andreas. Unfortunately, I was one of the poor souls who watched the B movie in theaters. That's okay. I watched the Garfield movie in theaters. Like the live action one where he's like CG. I watched that movie in theaters. But I watched a lot of strange movies in theaters. Someone with Bill Murray? Fuck if I remember. I don't remember the Garfield movie. I've watched a lot of strange movies in theaters. A lot. I mean, I watched the Star Wars episode. I think I watched Star Wars episode 1 in theaters. I feel like that is a distinct memory I have. I know I've seen all of the Harry Potter movies in theaters. I watched The Quest for Camelot in theaters. I only know Bill Murray voiced Garfield because of Zombieland. Never seen Zombieland. There's a lot of movies I haven't seen. Like a lot. To be completely honest, there are tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of movies I haven't seen. And even like super popular ones that everyone's like, oh, you have to have seen this movie. And I'm like, no. The same way I disappoint anime fans when I'm like, I watch anime, and they're like, oh, have you seen this? And I'm like, no. They're like, how have you not seen that? It's one of the most popular shows ever. And I'm like, because I haven't. Because it's not, I didn't watch that. Like when I tell people I watch anime and they're like, oh, have you seen this like X new thing or X old thing? People are like, have you seen Gurren Lagann? And I'm like, no. And they're like, what? And I'm like, I'm sorry, I haven't watched it. Or they're like, have you seen Demon Slayer? And I'm like, no. And they're like, how have you not seen Demon Slayer? That's the greatest show that's ever been ever. And I'm like, because it didn't interest me. I'm sorry, I didn't watch that. I don't spend a lot of time watching TV. I don't spend a lot of time watching anime, but I like it. Like, I have a big list of ones I want to watch. Demon Slayer included in that list, but... Did you hear that the horse Haruura passed away recently? Yeah, it was said on my stream by my moderator while we were playing Silksong. Listen, Haru was like technically for a horse was pretty old, wasn't she? Haru died of like a fairly common thing in horses when they get old. And Haru was a very happy horse anyway. She lived a very full life. Imagine a horse so happy about racing that she never won a single race. And still was happy and died after a happy life racing and losing. Imagine your whole goal in your life is that you wanted to race and have fun, and then you spend your whole life racing and having fun, and then you die. You had a very full and like perfectly amazing life. So she's doing better than most people. Did better than most in her life. So is it sad that she's gone? Yeah. but she lived a happy life. I'm still more sad for the some of the older horses. Silence Suzuka, a racehorse who loved to race, who broke her leg on the track and had to be put down. Bruh. Bruh. A rice shower. Like, it's so sad. Haru at least got a full life, which is nice. But I think most of the Golden Age horses are dead. Oh! Chad, my horse raced! And I didn't check on it! Uma Musume got me interested in Japanese horse racing. Oh, Condor Passage died at 4? That's fucking so young. I don't really know horses that much. Although I know you shouldn't approach them from behind. You shouldn't. If a horse has a red bow tie on its tail, especially you shouldn't approach it from behind, because that's a marker that that horse kicks. In Japanese horse racing, at least. Which is why the famous Gold Chip always wore one on her tail. Or on his tail, I guess. Because he kicked it and would like to kick people. Because he's a doofy fucking horse. But my horse raced and I didn't check on it. Yeah! My horse raced! So I took an interest in Japanese horse racing after the whole Uma Musume craze. I still play the game a little bit. But Museum Mile is like a younger horse now. And I've been keeping up with his record. And Museum Mile had a race yesterday at the St. Lake Keenan G2 race. And was favored first to win. And then won the race. So, my horse won! Yay! His record's not perfect. He's not like the greatest horse ever, but he's my horse, and I keep up with him. He's won 4 times and lost 4 times. And I say lost, but he came in 2nd once and 3rd once, and 4th once and 6th once. So... I'm in for keeping up with the horses. It's not something I super seriously keep up with. It's not like when people are like, I watch football and I watch all the teams play all the games and I keep a tally on my app on my phone and no. I casually keep an eye on the progress of one horse. Because Uma Musume gave me an interest. And it's such a casual thing because horses race like almost never. And Christmas Parade, that's true. Christmas Parade is the girl horse that I follow. Christmas Parade... doesn't have another race scheduled, but came in 9th at their last race. The girl horses are always so strange because they don't race like the boy horses race. The boy horses race all the time, and the girl horses race like very seldomly. And there's only some times where they have mixed races where girl horses and boy horses race together, which I think is weird. But yeah, I don't know. And then when they stop racing, they just go to the breeding farms and they just breed, make new horses. They're just off making new horses. Last time I saw a horse, it was because my neighbor's cattle got out. See, the only time I've actually like seen horses like in real life is like driving up in like the country. You see them like on a farm, just wandering around. I've seen people on horseback very rarely. Mostly I just see horses at farms grazing. I don't know if I've seen a horse like actually run in real life. The last female horse to win the Japanese Derby was Vodka, who did it for the first time in 67 years. That's crazy. But Vodka was a very renowned horse, so makes sense. I found out the other day. This is gonna be weird. Most of my facts. Found out the other day, Oguri Cap apparently seemed to love one horse. Because he always kept his eye on her. Anytime she was around, he would always look at her. Always. And this is a horse that fucking loves food. But Oguri Cap would stop eating to look at this horse. There's a famous race where they raced against each other, and Oguri Cap stayed behind her for the entire race, like literally almost right behind her. And then as the final stretch came up and he went to win, he didn't pass her by a neck. But the thing is that she broke that course record by like 2 seconds or something, and he wasn't 2 seconds behind her. It made like for like a huge story or whatever. Apparently, Oguri Cap was like super famous for that race because of the fact that he would have broken the JP record and that horse wasn't a JP horse and had come in and won that race. Some sort of weird famous story. But apparently he loved that horse, so sometimes I see someone riding their horse down the road near my house. What the fuck? If I saw someone on a horse near my house, I would be so weirded out. I do not live in an area where you just have a horse and you ride down the street on your horse. I don't think I've ever lived in a place where you would have a horse and you would just ride it down the street. Even in the most like rural place that I lived, I don't think you would ever just see someone riding a horse. That's so strange. Where you guys live? Where you seeing horses? You don't live like out in the country somewhere, right? It's like just randomly seeing a horse. That's crazy. Live in the countryside, so horses aren't unheard of here. Okay. I mean, yeah. I live like in a city, and I normally have. Even when I didn't live like in a city, I didn't live in a place where people like had horses. Orlix was the name of the horse. Also didn't know Tomomo Cross was a female. I didn't know that either. Yeah, it was a crazy thing. It was a crazy story I heard of about the Uma Musume side of horse racing. Female race horses, I think, just are built different in general. I think they're just incredible horses. I'm gonna lose my voice, I swear to God. Too much talking and ranting and raving about stupid game companies and then horses. But yeah, we went over the future plans. We talked about the conditions of those future plans. I'll probably restate them in the full long form video that I make. Because that video is going to explain, like, it'll probably explain all the rules and everything that we're putting in place and what we're going through, why we're going through them in that way. And it'll be there to catalog the journey. And then we yap like always. I mean, I don't always yap. We played silksong last week. We played video games last week. And I'm not gonna be able to stream tomorrow. I have plans. I have to take somebody to the doctor tomorrow. And it's like right in the middle of when I would normally stream, so it's kind of like awkward. So I'll spend tomorrow planning stuff out a little bit more. I'm gonna stream again on Thursday. I don't know what I'm gonna stream on Thursday. I don't know if we're gonna play silksong on Thursday. We might just do something stupid on Thursday. If I can find a game we can like one-off in a day, I might just find that and we might do it. Hydrate, okay. And sorry, my things aren't working. My toggles haven't been working. I am gonna find fun stuff for us to play with. I'm gonna try to find more toggles and stuff we can like play with for fun on stream. That was a head pat, not a hydrate. Fuck. Can I activate it myself? Is it this button? This button? Nope. Is it this button? Heyo, I got it to work. Whatever, hydrated anyway. You got a free hydrate out of it. I gotta figure out where my buttons are. Yeah, so I'm gonna make us new stuff for the streams. I think it'll be fun. I do want to make alerts that are specifically PS2 related memes. Gonna be so honest. But I gotta figure out cooldowns and stuff for them. I gotta figure out how to make them actually work. But we are going to have PS2 related meme one. And we're gonna be playing the PS2 for a long time. We might as well have the memes all involved, right? Brain. The PS2 startup sound, yeah. I'll play with it. I'll figure out all those shit we need. I'll spend, like, I'm probably gonna spend this weekend figuring out some weird shit that we can use. Like Friday through Sunday. Ew, that fucking the zoom into the fucking like towers or whatever. Or the nothing if you just don't play any games. Unfortunately, the GameCube had the best startup screen. I mean, kind of. The blooping around with the box. I would have done all the GameCube games, but like, to be honest, the GameCube... meh. Means I'd have to play a lot of Nintendo slop, and I just don't want to. I get that people love it, I just don't. There were 651 games released for the GameCube. The first one on the list is Madden NFL. Yeah, we also get to play Pikmin 1 and 2. I've never played Pikmin, and I'm terrified that those games might be garbage. It would also mean we'd have to play Animal Crossing. And I don't know how long that would take. It would mean we'd have to play fucking Donkey Konga. Oh my god. A clear condition for Animal Crossing would be 100%ing it. That would take so long. And you'd have to get so lucky. Because I think the 100% that game, you have to get all the items and everything too. And I'd have to pay off. I would just cheat. I would just cheat. You put the codes in at fucking Tom Nook's house and just fucking get all the money from him. Give me all the money so I can pay you back. Technically, you see credits when you listen to KK Slaughter. Cool. So we have to stream specifically, what is it, Saturday night? Hey guys, welcome to the stream. We're literally here to beat Animal Crossing. Thanks for the follow. That was random. I haven't had a follow. I haven't had a follow with a follow notification on stream in a long time. I've had follows happen on stream. Just the notification has not worked. Well, welcome. Yeah, imagine we log it. I'm like, hey guys, welcome to the stream. It's not gonna be very long today. We're literally here to fucking beat Animal Crossing. Especially with the calendar like a normal person. No! No! If you want to beat the game properly, you got to do it at the right time. We're not doing the GameCube anyway. We're doing the PS2. Reading all of the NA releases for the PS2. Not including sports games, because sports games aren't games. I mean, they are, but like, not the same. You're not like it? Oh, let's beat this fucking Madden 03, and then 04, and then 05, and then 06, and then 07. Even though they're all the same, except some players change from team to team, or just don't play the game anymore. There's just no point. There's just no point in doing it. We do get to play a singular Warhammer game. There was a Warhammer game released for the PS2. It's gonna be a fucking nightmare. We get to play Warhammer 40k Fire Warrior, which is a game about the Tau. We get to play as the Tau, as a Tau Fire Warrior in a shooter in Warhammer 40k. I don't even know who you fight. I just know that you play as a Tau Fire Warrior. And I know that the box art is a Tau Fire Warrior on one knee with their that fucking giant gun that they have. Just their regular rifle thing that's like way too long. It's a wild looking game. Wasn't the game what that bolt gun was based off of? Bolt gun was based off of Fire Warrior? Bolt gun, like, plays well and is actually, like, a pretty decent game. Fire Warrior looks like a nightmare. We do get to play some of my favorite games, but we also get to play some really shit games. We get to play Tales of the Abyss, which is a game I love, and I'm actually really excited to stream. But we do also have to play all of the Dragon Ball games. Like, all of them. Which means we have to play through the same story, like, fucking 6 times. We get to fight Raditz, and then we get to fight fucking Nappa and Vegeta, and then we get to fight the Ginyu Force, and then Frieza, and then we get to fight the androids, and then Cell, and then we get to fight fucking, what's his name? The Devil, and then Boo. Yay, and that's if it doesn't go into the movies. And we get to play Naruto, all of the fucking Naruto games, and go through the story of Naruto like 8 times. The only time where it's gonna be super redundant when we play games is when we have to play the Naruto games and the Dragon Ball games. Is we have to do the same stories over and over again. Because anime games can't make up their own stories. God forbid the anime game is fanfiction. God forbid. We have to follow exactly the story. And what's crazy is that the fucking Naruto games also have a collection. We need to use the power of friendship to kill God. Yep. Yep, that's basically Naruto. Except Naruto is originally a story about a shunned, uninteresting boy with an uninteresting past that turned into this is actually the chosen one with the superpowers of God inside of him. And he was meant to kill the big bad. With his friend that actually wasn't his friend, but was his actual friend, who was evil, but not really evil. Who was also the chosen one to kill the god. Naruto, a story that went from being lighthearted to where anyone could be anything they wanted to be, being a story about 2 chosen boys defeating God. Yay! I love when you make a story about a character who's supposed to be a nothing that's actually used his time to train and become better. Instead of they just turn it into he's a god. Like, come on. Come on. Naruto, a show about, hey, I have these cool powers that I can use that I'm okay at. I can shoot a fireball out of my mouth. I can make my chakra into a ball that explodes. Into a show about, actually, my eyes are better than your eyes. My eye has a swirl in it with a dot that looks like a teardrop. Oh, well, my eye is purple and has rings in it. Oh, well, my eye looks like a toad eye. So, my eye's better than your eye. And I have a giant demon in me. Like, what the fuck? You know, an anime is going downhill when you get to the my thing is better than your thing. Fucking Naruto, my eyes are better than your eyes. Fucking Dragon Ball, my number is better than your number. Oh, my eye is round. Fuck. Fucking, I wouldn't even know what it was for Bleach. My fucking... My Bankai releases 3 times, and yours only releases once. I found my Bankai 3 times, and you only found it 1 time. So, mine's better. I think Bleach is just the main character is everything, and that's why he's the best. I think that's the whole point of that show. There's this new thing we found. It's a whatever. It's when humans kiss hollows. It makes them really strong. You're one of those, because when you were a kid, you almost died, and a hollow gave you CPR, and now you're super strong. That's like basically the plot for Bleach. It's really dumb. And then there's ReZero. I've never seen it, but I'm sure the plot for that is also dumb. Grim, thank you for gifting a sub to Nightbot. Jesus. Every time. Who is it? What show is it? Fucking, probably the dumbest show I've ever seen. Sword Art Online. I'm super powerful because I play the MMORPG by myself. What do you mean that you're better than everyone because you play by yourself? That's not how MMOs work. You can't play MMOs by yourself and be the best. That makes you the worst. And enjoy JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. It's my musical reference is cooler than you. I've never seen JoJo. I've only heard about it from people. Also, hello. I almost missed that because I have that chat's on my other monitor. But I almost missed the YouTube chat saying hi. ReZero's an isekai well done. Where they make the main character work for his status in life. See, but if you want to make a good isekai, one that gets really popular, you just make the main character an insufferable piece of shit and make every woman he ever meets fall madly in love with him within moments of meeting him, even though he is an insufferable piece of shit. Just like Sword Art Online. Women fall all over him. They're like, oh my god, he's the greatest. He plays MMOs by himself and doesn't team up with anybody? Oh my god. I might just marry him. Like, are there people out there who think that's real life? Are there people out there who think that that might happen? A, you can't play an MMO by yourself and then be the best player. I'm sorry, MMOs don't work that way. MMOs are massively multiplayer online games for a reason. Dungeons require that you have other people. You can't solo them. And then you can't just be insufferable to other humans and think that they're gonna like you. That's not how it works. Probably one of the worst written characters I've ever seen. And I've seen some dumb shit. I watched the original Gundam. Those characters are terrible. The main character of that show is actually just an ass. Shangri-La Frontier is just better Sword Art Online. The MC is the type of guy who seeks out the worst games in the market and tries an actually good game. Weird. I don't even know how Sword Art starts. All I know is that he puts the headset on and then they all get stuck in the game. Like forever. And then they get out because he's like, I found the villain. He's this guy, and they win on like floor like 70 something. But that all happens within like 10 episodes. Imagine a show being 10 episodes long, not focused on a love story, but somehow the main character is married by like the 5th episode. Like, what? How did that happen? How did you manage to go into a game and get married by then? And they get married like it's for real married. But then they come out of the game and they're not really married because something. It was a game and it's not real or whatever. But she's still trapped or something. I don't know. I don't remember. Something dumb happens in that show. I think I watched the first 2 seasons and then I stopped. And this is the sad thing, is there are great animes out there that I haven't seen, but that I've watched Sword Art Online. Or there are shows that I gave up on. Like I watched a bunch of My Hero Academia and then I gave up on it. What are you laughing about, huh? Are you laughing that I've watched stupid fucking Sword Art Online, but not like really popular shows? There are shows I want to watch. I like romance anime, I'm gonna be honest. The way you said it. Come on. I only watched the Alicization season and then dropped it mid-battle arc. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that combination of words together means. The fuck is Alicization? That sounds just dumb enough to be Sword Art Online. I want to watch more stuff. I want to take more time to watch anime. I just don't. I just don't spend my time. I think it was season 3 of SAO. I think I watched the first 2 seasons, and then I watched Gun Gale. The first season. Then I was like, why am I watching this? This is dumb. And I stopped. I don't watch a lot of popular anime, but I have watched a lot of dumb anime. Like I watched Inuyasha, but that was when I was young. I watched that when I was younger. The only anime worth watching is Dragon Ball because it has Vegeta and Vegeta rocks. You know what? You know what crazy opinion I have about Dragon Ball? And people, I get it. I understand the hype for Dragon Ball and whatever, that people love it or whatever. But I full-heartedly, honestly believe that the best way to watch Dragon Ball is to watch Dragon Ball Abridged. I think that overall, the story is told in the same way. It's just funnier. I liked Death Note. I thought it was good. I thought that when spoiler alert, I think that when L is removed from the show and they replace L with the different, like, villain or whatever. I guess he's not really the villain, but whatever. I think that the show just kind of gets worse. To be honest. But I do appreciate the show quite a bit. I mean, there's Death Note. I've watched Death Note. I've watched Bleach. I've watched Nana. I watched Gundam Seed, Inuyasha, Attack on Titan. I'm never gonna list everything I've watched because there's stuff I will not remember. I watched Code Geass. That's a more recent one. I watched the second season of Code Geass, the Rose of the Rebellion or whatever it's called. I watched I watched a bunch of My Hero. I watched My Dress Up Darling season 1. I've seen like a bunch of movies, like Your Lie in April. Was Your Lie in April a movie? I thought that was a show. I think that's a show. The Promised Neverland was okay. Good psychological horror. Is it good all the way through? Why is it? Your Lie in April is a show? I've seen that show. I watched the... I've seen the Digimon movie. I watched the Kaze-san in Morning Glories movie. Alien OVA. I think it's an OVA? I don't know what it is. I think it's a movie. It's good. I started watching Promised Neverland mid-season 2, just lost interest. I mean, that's the same thing with me and, yes, it's an OVA. Okay, got it. I watched Seven Deadly Sins for a while, and then that show got shitty, and I stopped. Now I've got myself trying to think of all the things I've watched. I wanted to watch the, oh god. The other thing that the Bleach guy made, the witch thing. I have the manga right there, and I wish I could read it so I could tell you what it was. But it's the one about the witches. It looks good. It looks like interesting. I don't think the story would be fantastic, but I think it looks interesting enough. What else? I mean, like, I watched a bunch of Sailor Moon when I was a kid. Oh, I watched Fairy Tail for a little while. I watched a bit of Fairy Tail. It's kind of ass. Just in general. Just generally, it's kind of bad. More recent stuff, I started watching Dan to Dan. I have started watching Demon Slayer. Haven't made it that far in the show. Ranma 1/2. Started watching the remake of that. Fucking what else have I watched? Kill la Kill. Yeah, Kill la Kill. I watched that. That was a fantastic show. Very goofy. I watched that Star Wars project that they did, where they had a whole bunch of different anime studios make like a singular episode of the show. Not like a singular episode of a continuous show, but like a singular episode story. It contained Star Wars story. I thought those were cool. If I had a list, I can fucking list everything that I've watched, but I like anime and I like the ideas of it. It's just the sitting down and actually watching it takes so long. And I'd like to like cuddle up on the couch and watch it. I don't like to sit at my PC and do that. Because when I'm at my computer, I want to like do things, you know? Like right now I'm doing something. I'm hanging out with you guys and we're chatting about anime. But I couldn't like just sit here and watch it. That'd feel useless. I think I'm gonna end up watching more eventually at some point. I just don't know when. I didn't spend a lot of my childhood watching anime because it wasn't easily accessible. It was like on TV at late at night. And that was like Naruto, Bleach, Inuyasha, Eureka 7 I watched a bit of. And it was alright, I guess. Not something I would choose to watch. If you want to count it, I watched Cyber 6. I tried making a My Anime list a while ago, and it got too long, and I never updated it. Bruh. I don't think that there's enough shows that it would take me a long time to make a My Anime list. I think I would just forget things that I've seen. My issue with some shows is that I forget plot points because, like, I either just didn't care or I just wasn't paying enough attention. There are certain things I remember every single bit of, which is so sad. Like, I remember way too much of Bleach. I remember way too much Naruto stuff. I don't know if I would put One Piece on my list of things I've watched, because I've watched like 108 episodes of One Piece, I think. And they were all kind of terrible. One Piece is just not a me show. The animation looks funny and the story wasn't great, so... I don't remember who made them. The studio that made Konosuba and Combatants Will Be Dispatched does a good job. I don't know who makes that. I know that there's studios that get like praised like all the time for doing a good job. We can look it up. Konosuba anime. Who animates Konosuba? Let's find out. Wikipedia. Tell me now. I don't care who published it. I want to know who animated it. Studio Dean? Or Drive? Is it the new stuff? Or is it season 1 and 2? Oh, you're talking about the writers of the show? Or the... I guess the manga and the show would have been written by the same person, right? No, apparently not. What? How are they not written by the same person? What? Am I a crazy person? The manga's written by one person, the light novel's written by a different person. The novel series is written by the same person, but then the show was written by a completely different person? Is that how that normally works? I was seeing Kakagiri, the first series of that, and then I watched, I just had another one in my mind, I lost it. I lost it, I don't know who. I don't know what it was. Kakagiri, I watched. What was I thinking of? I saw the word isekai. It made me think of it. I don't think it was an isekai. I think it was something else. Kakagiri and... I don't know. Time for the real test. Have you seen Cowboy Bebop or Ghost in the Shell? No, I have not seen either of them. This is the thing that people always get from me, is like, there's some really popular stuff, old or new, that I haven't seen, that people are like, oh my god. But no, I haven't seen Cowboy Bebop or Ghost in the Shell. The real test for me is if you've seen Akira, which I have seen twice. Oh, and if you count those anime, I watched Castlevania, and I watched Cyberpunk, like Edge Runners. And I want to watch Devil May Cry, and I want to watch Castlevania Nocturne. I just don't, like, I don't know. I tried to watch Cowboy Bebop one time. To me, it was too much of a slow burn. I get that's kind of the feel that they're going for, but it was kind of a slow burn for me, and I couldn't get into it. And Ghost in the Shell, I've just never tried. Like, I'm sure it's good. I'm sure it's a great show. I just have never given it that time. I never gave it the time to set and settle with me. I just kind of didn't do it. I'm not... There was a little bit there where I was watching stuff, like I was watching like a TV show. I was watching Dexter. I started watching Dexter for a while, and then I gave up on it. And now I'm at the point where I don't feel like I want to go back to it. Because like I gave up already, so I don't know if I want to go back and keep watching it. Because I don't like to sit and just watch a show. And I'm not a person who can like... I can't like watch a show and do something else. Because then I'm not watching the show, I'm just doing the other thing. Have you seen the dubbed Ghost Stories? I've seen parts of it. I haven't seen the entire thing. But I know a lot of the big moments that people think are funny. You watch dubbed or sub? Personally, I'm on the dub team because they're mostly good. I watch both. So mine'll depend on on a couple things. One is if I like the dubbing team, if I like the people who voice the people, and then I'm okay with whatever. The other thing is if I'm super into the show and the sub is like light years ahead of the dub, I'm gonna watch the sub. I started watching Bleach back like when I was younger, and it was dubbed up to a certain point, and then it was subbed after that for like they had like a bunch of seasons after that. So I just started watching the sub because it was just easier to continue watching that way because it was getting released so slowly. I don't really prefer one over the other. It just really depends. Like, I love the dub for Death Note. I think it's great. I think they did a great job. I watched the subbed version of My Dress Up Darling. Because I thought I thought her voice was cuter, and I thought it matched her better. I just, you know. If Ian Sinclair is a voice actor in it, It's usually good, although he's not always in the main cast. I have no idea who that is. I don't keep up with voice actors or whatever. I know that the one I just said is controversial because My Dress Up Darling, Marin Kitagawa, is voiced by the VTuber Amelie. I just don't find that her voice suits her the best, and I actually do like the Japanese voice that they gave her a lot. I think that's super cute, so I tend to like to watch the sub for that show. I feel like dub versus sub depends on the show. Like I watched Dragon Ball Cowboy Bebop with some older animes dubbed but others subbed. Yeah, I mean, like, for me it depends on whose voice I guess fits the role better, in my opinion. So it's more of an opinion piece. If you like watching dub, watch dub. If you like watching subbed, watch subbed. For me, I don't care. Like My Hero Academia, there are certain characters that I love in the English, and there's certain characters that I think are hilarious, and I love them in the dub. Like, I love Japanese All Might is amazing. That's incredible. English All Might is fine. Japanese All Might is amazing. If you watch either Kaguya-sama or Space Dandy, front and center, I haven't seen either. DBZ got me fucked up. If you think I don't want English Vegeta, I mean, that's true. English Vegeta rules, but I already made my point on DBZ, where DBZ abridged I think is just better. I think that Vegeta wins his points in that so much more than he does in the regular show. Because in the regular show, he's just cold, standoffish kind of asshole guy. In DBZ abridged, he's funny because he's so standoffish and asshole. Like the fucking I am the hype moment. Oh, there's just too many. There's just too many moments. I love Vegeta in DBZ abridged. It is the funniest thing. They also keep Goku's attitude in the place where it would make sense for him to be stupid in Super. He never gets to a point where he's serious. Does he scream "my baby boy" when Trunks gets shot by Cell? Spoilers if you haven't seen Dragon Ball somehow in 2025. Multiple spoilers there. Trunks getting shot and the fact that Trunks is his baby boy. Vegeta, no. Vegeta, yes. Yeah, I remember that one. That's a good one. There's just too many. There's like there are almost no characters in DBZ abridged that I don't like. Like Guru. Guru's great. What a fucking addition to that character. You can call me Super Kami Guru. Oh, he calls himself Kami now. Just like, so good. And I also say Misfits of Demon Academy is both really stupid and really funny. Did you really think killing me would be enough to make me die? What kind of line is that? All these squares make a circle? Oh yeah, when they're talking about the fucking the Kami's landing or whatever, the platform. All these squares make a circle. I think Popo might be my least favorite character from Abridged. Another show with a great Abridged is Hellsing. I have not been able to watch the regular Hellsing, nor the Abridged Hellsing. I think I just don't like the show. I think I just don't like it. I don't know what's wrong with me. I just think I don't like the show. I don't know, I just don't like it. I just don't. It could be an animation thing. It could just be how the story's being told. I don't know. The only stupid quote from DBZ I know is, "They're okay, I see parachutes." Yeah, but that's only one of the specific dubs. That's like the fucking 4Kids dub that's okay to have on TV because there wasn't allowed to be death. Even though people died in that show all the time. They're okay, I see parachutes. Wrong, they're dead. How do you explain away Vegeta literally massacring people at the World Tournament, huh? Did you see parachutes then? Also, did anybody hear that news from a while ago? I think they did explain people that sucking people up by just saying that they all ran away but left their clothes behind. Something stupid like that. That's worse. I know. Did we hear collectively as a whole? Did we hear collectively as a whole that the new guy who's like in charge of Dragon Ball said that everything was canon? He said, everything is canon. Do we fucking understand what that means? They had only after Super came out said that GT wasn't canon. Which was like, okay, people were like, okay, understandable. Because Super's kind of taking that spot. But then he comes back and he says, everything is canon. So GT is canon. So the movies are all canon. So Dragon Ball Evolution is canon. It's all canon. It's all, it all happened. All of it happened for real. He said everything is canon. So all of it's got to be canon. I don't know where the extent of that like ends. But he said everything is canon, which means that what if scenarios within games and stuff are canon. Which means that the Goku and like the Gokule fusion, Goku and Hercule, is canon. Yes, Goku, I'm a green fucking dinosaur. Oh yeah, because does he call Piccolo Yoshi? Yes, Goku, I'm a green fucking dinosaur. It was too good. It's too good of a show. Like, they did too good of a job. The show was fine on its own, but the Abridged elevated it to another level. And what's funny is I don't think that Dragon Ball's that good of a show as it is. Like, it's fine. It's totally serviceable as an action show or whatever. But I wouldn't go back and watch it. I'd go back and watch the abridged maybe, but I wouldn't go back and watch fucking Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball or GT or Super. I'm not gonna go back and watch them. They're not entertaining enough. I'd rather just watch something new or watch an older romance anime or something. Or watch Edge Runners again, or watch Castlevania again. No. No. Can't wait for Edge Runners 2. I wonder what it's gonna be about, is my thing. Stretch time again? I never watched any Dragon Ball, but I did watch Code Lyoko. I didn't. I've never seen Code Lyoko. I have seen some weird stuff, but I haven't seen like any of the big stuff that people always say, like Fruits Basket and stuff and all that kind of shit. Never watched it. I've watched some of the mainline stuff people like, right? Dragon Ball, Naruto. Nail. Stop making out with your boyfriend. I can hear you from here. Is that what he's talking to Frieza? I love the stop making out with your boyfriend line. It's so funny. Edge Runners 2 is supposedly going to be about Rebecca and her brother. Nobody remembers. Huh. Interesting. So Edge Runners 2 is going to take place beforehand? That'll be interesting. What I wonder is what the next Cyberpunk game is going to be about. I mean, me too, but I'm expecting it'll just be another big, dumb, crazy story. Yeah, although in their defense, Rebecca was a fan favorite. She was. I mean, they kind of all were. All of, like, the super main cast were very, very, very popular. That's why the show kind of blew up, because all the characters weren't, like, pieces of shit. People just liked everybody. With good reason. The show was great. I mean, I want more of it. I watched the first show for the first time. I watched it right away. And then after I finished watching it, literally the time I finished the final episode, I messaged a friend, said, hey, I finished Cyberpunk Edge Runners. The show was amazing. And then the second I sent the message, I started the first episode again. I watched the full show back to back twice. It was great. Rebecca was great. She's a great character. If she comes back and the show's about her and her brother, it'll be a good show. At least it was in the Witcher Netflix series. That show didn't start out bad. It just got bad quick. The issue with those kind of shows is you can't really make them live action. You know what I mean? Like, you couldn't have made Castlevania live action. You can't make Cyberpunk Edge Runners live action. You can't make Devil May Cry live action. They've kind of got to be animated. That's how they express themselves the best. And I think Witcher would have expressed itself the best animated, not live action. Because at least animated, you could have made the characters, like, not only look like themselves, you could have made them, like, they would have been more perfect to who they were. And then if you wanted the voice actors who played them in the games, you could just have the voice actors come and be part of the show. Right? Nothing against Henry Cavill. Beautiful man. Did a great job. I think that show would have benefited from being an animated series over a live action series. I think that the show started out fine. The problem is that it didn't go anywhere, and B, when it tried to go somewhere, it just did it wrong. It didn't do it in a Witcher way. And they kind of had to choose which one they wanted to follow. They either needed to follow the books or the games. It couldn't have been this weird, like, amalgamation of both, and then trying to be somewhere in the middle. It needed to be one of them. Like, if they just followed the story of the games one-to-one, it probably would have been fine as a show. And that being said, a project that I'm kind of worried about, that I know would do well animated, and is apparently being worked on live action, is the Warhammer show. That's also gonna have Henry Cavill in it, and I know he's a big Warhammer fan, and I know that he's trying to keep things, like, he's the kind of person who would be like, I'll do this project as long as it's faithful, and then when it's not, I'm gonna leave. The issue is that they needed to, like, if the Warhammer thing's gonna happen, a lot of it's gonna have to be animated anyway. So much of it's gonna have to be CG. Whereas we know it works in CG. Astartes was a fucking amazing little animation project. I say little, but it was actually colossal. And then that guy went and worked on that other show and did the episode with, what's his name in it? From Space Marine 2. Incredible. And it works really well because it works really well animated. The games were a sequel to the books. Some of the books were basically written like a script. That's the thing, is, like, even if it was a sequel to the books, you gotta pick one. You gotta be a thing. The Witcher just needed, the show just needed to follow. There were instructions laid out, and you just needed to follow those instructions. We know that when you don't have material, when you're not using, like, strict, specific material, writers have no idea what to do. A whole bunch of people, including myself, have watched Game of Thrones. And we know what happens when those writers ran out of books to copy. They started writing their own stuff, and the own stuff that they wrote was dumb and stupid and didn't make any sense in the lore and made characters way dumber than they used to be. And it just didn't work out. When you're going to write a story, you do kind of have to follow what they've been doing. You can't just, like, and it's our thing now, because then it gets fucked up and really dumb. Also, I think it's dumb when you take a story that has magic and fairies and shit in it, like, not fairies specifically, but, like, it has, like, a bunch of magical elements in it and stuff, and then you just decide, well, we don't want our version to have that in it. What do you mean your version? You're making Game of Thrones. It has magic in it. You can't just cut it out. One of the main villains is a magical ghost army of, like, frozen people that are coming to kill the world. You can't just cut the magic part out of the show. Game of Thrones is more a product of rushing the series to an end because the studio was signed to do something with Disney. Then when Game of Thrones died, Disney backed out. Yeah, but even then, the show started going downhill pretty early. If I'm gonna give my honest opinions of Game of Thrones, after season 3, the show goes downhill. And after season 3, there are 4 more seasons. They lose the track of like all the things happening. Then you have the Rings of Power, which basically didn't care about Tolkien's legacy. I've never seen that. Like, I mean, I've watched Lord of the Rings. They did a great job with those movies. They were wonderful movies. But I'm sure that the Rings of Power was a nightmare. I mean, look at any fan fiction thing from Lord of the Rings, and it's a fucking nightmare. Middle Earth, Shadow of War, or Shadow of Mordor, Shadow of War, whichever one. Nightmarish. Fun games, or at least the first one was fun. But like, if you're going in terms of like legacy of Lord of the Rings, it's such a load of shit. Oh my god. You're telling me that one super soldier took on a fucking army of orcs and no one's heard of him since? Hey, what if we call up that one guy who's a fucking badass who kills all these orcs? No, we can't do that. He's not real. Like, come on. I don't know. I feel like if you're gonna adapt books, you have to do it to some specific degree. Like, it has to be fairly consistent. Anytime a story has been like less consistent with the books than it was, it's always worse. Shadow of Mordor set before or after Lord of the Rings? It was set before. Shadow of Mordor was before Lord of the Rings because Sauron is still a villain. Sauron? The Eye of Sauron? Right? Am I forgetting that wrong? Or remembering it wrong? Hunger Games, Divergent. I mean, I'm talking about like even like major things, right? Like Harry Potter. Harry Potter was good. Like, people love the movies for like basically all of them. But the last 2 movies diverged too much from the books, and a lot of people got really upset that it wasn't like there wasn't like enough of what happened. The first movie just them in various forces. The first Harry Potter, like the first of the final Harry Potter movies? Or are you talking about Hunger Games? Talking about Hunger Games before. Deathly Hallows, okay. Yeah. At least the Fantastic Beasts movies were okay. Though I liked the first one. I don't think that's based off a book. I think that's actually just an actual fan fiction thing. Like, I know that character and everything is like real or whatever. That's like a real thing in the story. But I mean, this is what happens when you get writing, like when you get writers that aren't the original style writers doing things, right? Like, Fantastic Beasts is fine. It's its own separate story that follows the universe's rules. J.K. Rowling was working with the writers. What, did she? I don't know. The Cursed Child is about Harry's son going to school or whatever. It sounds dumb as fuck. I've never like read it or anything. I'm thinking like I'm trying to apply the thought to Star Wars. Because you have the original writer, George Lucas, okay? Writes the original 3 Star Wars movies. And they're okay. They needed work. Thank God the crew was like, hey, nobody speaks like this. They taught him about like, you know, whatever. Okay, have fun at work. And then the original trilogy comes out, like 1, 2, and 3, and it's still George Lucas, but then nobody fights back. So the writing's a little bit shaky. Everyone's kind of a moron. Nobody knows what they're doing. So you get the original trilogy with the weird, I hate sand, it's coarse and rough and gets everywhere. Still totally fine. It still feels like Star Wars. It still feels like the Star Wars universe has that whole Star Wars-y style feel, okay? Then you get original stories. We're not gonna get to the sequels yet. You get original stories, like you get the show, The Mandalorian, or you get Star Wars Rogue One. Both following the rules of Star Wars. They follow the rules of Star Wars. They do the Star Wars thing. Rogue One tells a story that incorporates to Episode 4. They follow the rules. I think it's a fairly good movie. I think they did a fairly good job with it. Clone Wars, the animated series, was good. Mandalorian, I think, was good for the most part. I think it's gone on a little bit long at this point. But they follow the rules is a big thing. They're following the rules. And then you have things like the sequel trilogy or Solo, a Star Wars story, which like just they feel like they were written by people who weren't fans of Star Wars trying to make a space opera of their own design. And it just isn't there. It feels like the end of Game of Thrones, where it's in the universe and you understand the characters, but it's not them. It's just like wrong. Something about it's just not right. Mandalorian should have been more space bounty hunter. I'm okay with it how it is. I originally thought the show was gonna be very like Monster of the Week style show, where he'd be going after different like bounties or whatever. But him taking on Baby Yoda and doing that whole thing, or Grogu, whatever you want to call him, taking on that whole identity or whatever was fine. I think that was like a fine direction for the show. I think that it did a good job. It just, the new stuff. See, you say it feels really Disney. I feel like it just feels really like not, it's not even, to me, it's not even Disney. It just feels disingenuous. It feels wrong. It feels like it's not Star Wars. It feels like it's trying to be Star Wars. It feels like it's trying to be Star Wars without being Star Wars. If that makes sense. So, it feels like that the same way that the new Marvel movies are trying to be Marvel without just being Marvel. They're trying to be their own thing. It's like, oh, we're gonna make the new Marvel movies their own thing. It's like, well, the reason people liked the old Marvel movies is because they were original. They were like kind of strict to the characters and who they were in the comics. Now it's more just, haha, goofy, dumb shit. I've never seen The Acolyte. I didn't know if that was good or not. After seeing Mandalorian and then watching Boba Fett, I kind of gave up on watching stuff. It does better with Night Sister type stuff. I feel like the original stories that come from like weird shows like that and like the games are just like weird fan fiction. That makes sense. Like Star Wars: The Force Unleashed. Sure, it's a fine game, but you can tell it's fan fiction Star Wars. A, Starkiller's way too strong. B, he joins the rebellion and he helps forge the start of the rebellion and then just disappears somehow before Luke appears. And then nobody ever mentions having a Jedi before Luke. And then like the Jedi Fallen Order and the newer games with that one, the ginger guy. They're good. I like them, but they also don't make sense in like the lore of Star Wars. Like I know it takes place like in between or whatever, but Darth Vader, if he found a Jedi, would have never have let them go at any cost. Darth Vader fucking killed people. I think the Acolyte's writer actually said something along the lines of not liking Star Wars. It's stupid. I appreciate doing more with Plagueis, but they did it in the worst possible way. KOTOR was great. See, so like Knights of the Old Republic, good games, good stories. If you want to make new Star Wars stuff with weird, wacky shit with Star Wars, do it in KOTOR. Do it in the Old Republic. There's so much extra space before Star Wars where you can write stories that have nothing to do with the original stuff, but are still actually in the lore of Star Wars at the Star Wars points. Use that time. There's so much you could write. And don't touch people that have been touched already. Don't touch characters that have been like done already. No Riven. No Revan, none of those villains, those Sith, don't touch them. They're done. They've been done already. Leave them alone. Just do it before. Make new stuff. The Sith were like a big thing back then. There was a bunch of them. There was a big wars and stuff. Do those stories. But the technology won't be as good. It won't be as cool. Literally, it doesn't change. Not every character needs to have main character energy. True. Do you know how useless a character that they've done with Star Wars in the sequel trilogy? Okay, the main character's Rey, right? Main character's Rey, and then you have Finn and the pilot guy. I don't remember his name. Finn is unnecessary as a character in every single imaginable way. Unnecessary. What does Finn do in the story as a character? Across all three movies, Finn does basically nothing. He does stuff with side characters, and that's pretty much it. He holds the lightsaber at one point and has a fight with Kylo Ren and loses. Rey is the epitome of a Mary Sue. She goes, I've never flown a fucking Starcraft before, gets in the Millennium Falcon and flies it like better than Han Solo. That's a load of shit. Fucking The other pilot guy doesn't do anything. He's there for comic relief, just like everybody else is. Like, you can't tell me. No one could ever tell me that those movies were good and me believe it. There's nothing in those movies that makes them good. They also take the character of Luke Skywalker and take his whole journey through his movies, and they just take it and they throw it in the garbage. They go, oh, he's going to learn to be a Jedi, but he's frustrated with the Jedi because they're teaching him too slow. Then he has the moment in the cave where he sees himself as Darth Vader and he doesn't understand. He can see himself becoming the dark side. But then he, in the final movie, he's like torn, which is why he wears black, because he's kind of like in between the two sides and he doesn't know where to be. That's why he force chokes that guy at the start of the movie. But then, by the end, when he's convincing fucking Darth Vader to be Anakin and be a Jedi and not be evil or whatever, he's accepted the light side and been like, okay, this is the right way. We have to do this like this way because the Sith are evil. Like, look at the Emperor. He's literally fucking destroying everything and convincing you to kill your own son. Like, and he becomes a Jedi. And then in the fucking sequel movies, he's like, meh, 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 meh. And then like, fucking, what was that? Finn was set up to be a Force user. I think the whole idea for Finn being set up to be a Force user, I think Finn being set up to be a Force user was supposed to be like an ass pull, to be like, nope, haha, got ya. Like almost like it's supposed to be like a Luke, I am your father moment, but like new. But it wasn't anything like that. It just made Finn a nothing character. It just, I don't know. They wrote the movies very poorly. And the first movie, I'm okay. Like, I hate the first movie, but I'm okay with them being afraid to make something new, so that they made the first movie kind of safe. So they basically just made it a New Hope again. Sure, you wanted it to be safe. You want to make it that again. Go for it. But the thing is the characters they wrote in it were terrible, and then they just didn't expand on it. And for like the first 30 seconds, Kylo Ren as a character was fucking scary and a badass Sith. For like 30 seconds. He walks off of his Starcraft in that full black with the fucking hood on, with the mask on, and he's fucking scary or whatever. And the dude shoots a blaster at him and he catches it with the Force and holds it there or whatever. And then it's comic relief, I'm angry, piss baby, whole character ruined. Fucking ruined. He could have been a very angry Sith or whatever. He becomes a piss baby. He wears the mask in the first movie and then just throws it off, never wears it again. When you give a character in Star Wars a fucking cool-ass mask or whatever, and you're trying to make that part of their identity, you can't just take it off and remove it for the rest of everything. The Mandalorian's iconic look is him with his helmet on. We've seen him without it on, but he always wears it. Darth Vader, we've seen Anakin, but Darth Vader wears the helmet. It's a part of the character. It's what gives him that feeling. Darth Revan wears a Mandalorian mask that he took from a Mandalorian that he murdered in war, and looks like a badass and is scary. They also had the no technological advancement between Return of the Jedi and The Force Awakens. And what the fuck is this ass pull with the new order? Even Palpatine had his hood. That's what I mean. And I think my biggest problem is the ass pull of the First Order. Like, what is that? I need someone to explain to me, where the fuck did they come from? You're telling me that the rebellion wins, okay? The rebellion wins. The Republic is reinstated. The planets are all getting back in order or whatever. It's been years because now, like, fucking Han Solo and Luke Skywalker and Leia are old. So it's been years. You're telling me all this stuff has happened. But then the New Order has stepped in and the Resistance is what's fighting them? The Resistance. It's called the Republic because the fucking Republic military would fight against a New Order of fucking the Empire and destroy them. You're not the Resistance. You're the ones in charge. You're fighting another rebellion, but you're fighting a rebellion of literally the people you defeated to make sure that the Republic came back. But they make it seem like the New Order are are basically just the Empire again. And it's like, how do they have that much power? Where do they come from? And then they introduce some new old fucking guy who's not actually a new old fucking guy. It's just the Emperor again. Because the Emperor didn't actually die when Anakin killed him. Even though that's the whole point of those 6 movies, is that Anakin kills the Emperor. This is the whole point of the movies. Is that Anakin is the chosen one who's going to bring balance to the Force. And he does it by killing the Emperor. That's literally the whole point of the first 6 movies. So the Emperor not being dead means that the whole point of the first 6 movies is just wrong. What the actual fuck was where did they lose that part of the plot? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But they couldn't have been newly established. There's no way that they could have been newly established because it's been like 40 years since the fucking other things happened. The greatest line in cinema history. Somehow Palpatine returned. Exactly. Fucking, there's no way that you just write out that Anakin kills Palpatine. There's no way that you decided that that was the move. You want to write it that a new Sith Order was established after, based on the teachings of the Sith or whatever that were found somewhere? Absolutely fine. Completely 100% okay. And Palpatine can't be the villain. He can't. It's literally impossible. Because he has to die, because the Order has to be restored to the Force, because it was literally prophesized, and Anakin was the prophesized child. Now who's the prophesied child? Who was that? Who is that supposed to be? Because that was literally a prophecy, and the prophecy is supposed to come true because they're from the Force or whatever. You can't just say that that's not real. You can't just fucking brush that under the rug like, oh, never happened. No, the whole point of the first 6 movies? Nah, doesn't matter. Nah, doesn't matter. That's the whole point of the movies. Nah. And they're like, no, because Rey. Fuck you. Rey is a shit character. She's a woman empowerment character that is the worst style of woman empowerment. Because she just shows up and she's like, I'm amazing. I have force healing and force suggestion and this and that. I can shoot lightning out of my hands. Bitch, when did you learn how to do any of this? Leia's not teaching you how to shoot lightning out of your hand. I'm telling you that right now. You're telling me you can shoot lightning, you can suggest people by waving your hand after never seeing it done before, and then all of a sudden, you don't know that Chewbacca's on that ship, but you just zapped it with fucking lightning, and you may have killed him. But you don't know? Motherfucker, it took fucking Luke Skywalker 6 months to be able to float some rocks while standing on one hand. 6 months. She's like, I trained for 5 seconds. I can shoot lightning now. Wrong. And Luke Skywalker came from a bloodline that was half of just the actual Force. His mother was impregnated by the actual Force and then created Anakin, and then Anakin sleeps with Padme and they make Luke Skywalker. His bloodline, literally one of his ancestors, his own grandfather, is actually just the Force. And you're telling me that Rey is so powerful that she accidentally unlocks Force powers? How do you do Force powers by accident? How are you learning how to use the Force and doing the Force powers that are so skilled that only some Force users can use them? How are you learning how to do them by accident? How? They fly now is actually a terrifyingly stupid line, because not only does it come, even though they know they have jetpacks in other movies like way long ago, Finn says it. Finn was a soldier in the military, in the Fallen Order, in the New Order's military. He was in that military, and he goes, oh, they fly now. Motherfucker, you knew that they flew. You were in that military. You know what equipment they have. You know what they can do. You can't be like, oh, they fly now. Bitch, you knew that they did that. The First Order, whatever. We've got a stormtrooper who doesn't know anything about the stormtroopers. We've got a Force user accidentally learning how to use their powers. And we have some random new ace pilot who's supposed to be funny. This is the Star Wars that we get nowadays. Are you kidding me? And they wanted to make more of these movies. I can't even give you leeway with that. There are 2 Force users that we've ever seen in the movies shoot lightning. Dooku, who's supposed to be one of the most skilled Force users in the universe, and Palpatine, literally the leader of the Sith. Kylo Ren can't do it. Darth Maul never did it. Not in the movies, or anyway. But Rey accidentally shoots lightning at what she thinks is a ship holding one of her friends in it. She's like, oh no, Chewbacca's in there. I better grab that. Kabam! Lightning, and fucking basically kills him. But what? Oh yeah, debating with Chewbacca was stupid. See, but even if it was like lightning that the light side can use, that's super hard to do. Where are we getting that from? Also, Luke goes to train. Like, she goes to Luke to get trained, right? She goes to Luke to get trained. And then he is afraid because she goes right to the dark immediately. Luke, you motherfucker, you did the same thing. You did during your training, you did the same thing. You can't be afraid. You couldn't have gone to kill Kylo Ren because you saw the dark side in him. You had the dark side in you. You knew that's a possibility. You teach people how to do it. You learned from Yoda, and you did it. You have to teach them. You can't just be like, I'll murder you. That's not Luke. Luke wouldn't just be like, my own nephew? Go to the dark side? Kill that guy. What the fuck? When does Luke Skywalker do fuck it. Mark Hamill hates that version of Luke Skywalker too. Plo Koon is one of the only Jedi who can use Force Lightning. Not anymore. Now Rey can use it. Like, she's like one of the most poorly written female lead characters of any movie. She's a nothing character, and then she can do everything. And it blows my mind. And then people are like, I really like those movies. No, you don't. If you like Star Wars, no, you don't. And I'm not even saying you have to love Star Wars to not like those movies. If you like Star Wars, you can't like those movies. That's not Star Wars. This is like a high schooler fan fiction self-insert character as the main character of Star Wars. This is like saying my favorite Jedi is Starkiller. A, fan fiction character. B, has force powers that no one has ever used before and is way stronger than everybody we've ever seen. She randomly learns how to use Force Lightning and shoots it out. She can use Force Suggestion by only hearing stories about it. He could pull a fucking Star Destroyer out of the sky. It's shit nobody has ever done. We see Darth Vader, one of the greatest Force users of all time, in the Obi-Wan show, struggle to pull a ship down as it's trying to fly away. There's no way. Like, there's no way. Did you hear that a few years back they tried to announce a Rey Skywalker trilogy? It's likely being shadow canceled. Ugh, they are gonna make a movie about her. I hate that she took the Skywalker name too. It's just not. Blech. Blech. That's the thing with Plo Koon. He's like, I got a bit of balance in the Force, so I can use both sides. So I'm incredible. And with her, she's like, ma ma ma, bam. Like, it's so dumb. And this whole, oh my god. I think that a lot of those movies, a lot of the newer movies too, are like a funniness of convenience kind of thing. She's got the fucking like a dagger thing that's supposed to show her where to go in the fucking wreckage of the Death Star on that planet that's like fucking water everywhere. How the fuck does that work? Did somebody come here with a full knife, sit down in this one specific spot, carve out the shape of the fucking Death Star? Okay. In the wreckage, in the water, which would have degraded over time. So this must have been recently, and then they went and hit it. Is that what happened? It's even worse because Rey was already the focus of the sequels. I know. There has been no character who's been the focus of more than 3 movies. Like, Anakin is the focus of the first 3. Luke is the focus of the original 3. She's the focus of the sequel 3. She's gonna get a 4th movie? I don't know. Her original 3 movies were kind of ass. And like, I'm not even defending the other movies. The Clone Wars, I think, for the most part, isn't the greatest movie. There's a lot of that movie that sucks ass. I can give the Clone Wars a pass. They're setting up a lot of stuff in that movie, and there's a lot of good moments. And then the 3rd movie, I think, is just great. So Ahsoka had character development in the Clone Wars cartoon, which was great. I think if they want to write anything Star Wars, they have to go into the Old Republic. I don't think that we can keep going with more. I think we can't do it. Because it's ridiculous. What's Rey even gonna do with the new movie? If they make another movie about her, what's it gonna be about? Also, they had a no, I am your father moment in the sequels. Because fucking, doesn't Palpatine tell her that he's her dad? Or he's her grandpa or her father or something? Does that not happen? And if it does happen, who got the freaky on with Palpatine? Who did that? Who's the mom? Who's the grandma? Who's the grandma to make the kids? And then who are her parents? There's a question they posed to the first movie, the entirety of the first movie, and then they never answer it. They just say that he's the grandpa. Who are the parents? And if he had kids, why are they not Sith kids? Whenever we have another series set between the prequels and the original trilogy, we learn about yet another Jedi that survived Order 66. There are so many Jedi that survived Order 66. Okay, the thing is I'm okay with them surviving Order 66 if they make a series about Darth Vader going after these Jedi and killing them. With the 501st, which is his legion. If that's what they do, I'm okay with it. If they just make another show and it's like, oh, I'm fucking like Bob Stanley and I survived the fucking Order 66 because I'm amazing. Wrong. That did not happen. Fuck you. You died. Bob Stanley. Like, there's no... What? I don't understand. You can't just like keep making shit up. No one can convince me the clones aren't the coolest army in media. Counterpoint. No, that can't be better than Space Marines. Come on. Come on. You gotta at least concede that one. You gotta at least concede that one. The Space Marines are better. My issue with the clones is they're clone of they're a clone of Jango Fett. And it's just like, meh. You gotta concede that the Space Marines are cooler. Like, come on. If they made a game about the Stormtroopers, I don't think I would have ever had a moment playing that game like I did when we played Space Marine 2, where that fucking the Dreadnought fucking smashes through the wall and it was the coolest thing ever. And then you go over and you take the standard and you fucking plant it in the ground and you're like, we stand and fight until we die, or whatever the fuck he says, and then they all form up and you're shooting into the portals. No moment ever, if you make a Star Wars game with the clone soldiers, will be as cool as those two moments. Ever. What do you mean you don't agree at all? There's never gonna be a moment where they're that cool. There's never gonna be. There's never gonna be a moment. There's never gonna be a point where the stormtroopers are that cool. They made Republic Commando, which is my favorite interpretation of the clones, as a team working together to kill. But never would it be as cool. And what do you mean that you don't feel like they've earned the whole fucking duty and honor part of their thing? You think the clones have earned that? The clones are literally created. They're cloned in a facility to fight. And the fucking clones aren't? First of all, a bunch of them are defective and they just kill randomly. Second of all, they have orders on their head to just do random shit, like Order 66 to kill all the Jedi, which apparently they failed miserably at. I don't know. What the fuck is... This is a cover by somebody. What the fuck is happening? Give me this back. We're starting it again. Fuck. No, I think that the Space Marines are a better... I think that they're cooler. I don't think the clones can compete. I'm sorry. What do you mean you can feel it when clones are around the other clones? You can feel it when the Space Marines are with the other Space Marines. That depends on the Space Marine faction. They're not all that gung-ho for the Emperor shit. That is the Ultramarines. That's a very Ultramarine way of thinking. The Space Marines care about their fellow Space Marines a lot. Yeah, Rex is a well-written character. Fucking... the main guy from Space Marine is a well-written character. And it's unfair to compare those two characters because Rex gets a lot more screen time. There's a lot more development available for Rex than there is for fucking... what's his name? Uh-huh. I'm sorry that the Space Marines don't have a fucking... grief that they have to deal with about killing their own people because they didn't do that. Yeah, but they are, is the thing. A lot of Space Marines like have hobbies and have lives. And they are encouraged to do so. so that they don't become just mindless killing machines. What about the jousting in the original Clone Wars series? There was jousting? Space Marines don't get the personal development between themselves in the mainline media, because the mainline like media is like the games and stuff, and they just want them to be like fucking war. But like books and stuff always explain what they're like as like people. When you live for centuries as a Space Marine, you gotta pick up hobbies eventually. Yeah, but it's not even that. They have hobbies from like even early on. Not in the games or the fucking animations that they've released, no. The books do it. The books portray them more as people. Right, the media everyone consumes. Yeah, they don't portray it in that because the people don't want the fucking interpersonal relationships. They want the war. That's what they're there for. People are in the Warhammer scene for the grimdark war. That's what they're there for. Star Wars did it because Star Wars wasn't about the war. It wasn't all about that. Star Wars was about the interpersonal relationships between the people. Warhammer focuses on the war side of it. Star Wars didn't focus on the war side of it. They focused on the interpersonal relationships within the war. Okay, well that's what they focused on because that's what people wanted from the tabletop game. And that's what they put into the media that people watch because that's what they knew people wanted. That's why the books go into more than that. Mostly the Space Marines don't fight for survival. That's like the Astra Militarum, like the actual just like the Imperial Guards, they fight for survival. The Space Marines would survive. They fight to protect the Imperium of Man. The Space Marines don't need to fight like the orcs and stuff to survive. They're not on a final last stand to survive. They've won. They're winning. Why can the Space Marines just be the Imperium? They do fight on humanity's behalf. But if they were the last stand for humanity, and they were fighting as the last stand, they wouldn't need the Imperial Guard. They wouldn't have that. So they're not fighting for their own survival. They're fighting for the survival of the Imperium. They're fighting for the little guy. Yeah. But they have lives besides that. But you could be if you took advantage of all of the media they provided. All of the media. You look because you care. The mass generalization of people who are into Star Wars have seen the movies, so they don't give a fuck about the clones because the clones don't do anything in the movies. Nothing fucking happens in the movies with the clones. The most you get in that is Commander Cody being kind of friendly with the Jedi. That's all. The movies give you nothing about the clones. You have to watch the Clone Wars cartoon to get the story of the clones. So you have to dig deeper to get more information. What I'm saying is that you have to do the same amount of work, except instead of watching a TV show, you have to read words. It doesn't matter if it's a watchable medium or not. You're going the extra step to look for another thing to learn more. You're going to the next step of things to learn more about a thing. It's not too far removed. The fucking thing started as a tabletop game where you needed books to read. The whole thing of Warhammer started as a tabletop game with the books that you read. In the books with the instructions, there's lore about the characters and there's lore about everything else. And at the time they released books before there were games or anything, there was books called the Black Library that had all of the lore where you would naturally go to because you've been reading this whole time. So the extension of that media was the books. And then you read the books because that has the lore in it. It's the same extension as Star Wars went with the clones. It's the same. Yes, it is the exact same. It's the exact same. Yes, and then he went, oh man, I really want more of this. Because you get like 2 seconds of lore from the fucking clones in the movies. No, you're not reading the lore in the rule books for 2 seconds because a lot of the lore that you get from the rule books is actually a part of the rules for the faction that you're playing. Because it's teaching you how they are in wartime based on how they play on the tabletop. And then you're like, man, I have an interest in this. Maybe I'll go and read one of the books about my faction. Bam, an extension. The same way that you're like, I like the Clone Wars movies because I like the clones because I think they're really cool. I'll watch the Clone Wars cartoon because it's another watchable medium like the watchable medium I just watched to do the same thing. Just like the way the Warhammer's like, you got the rule book and I read it. Now I'm gonna go read more about it. Most people nowadays aren't reading because most people nowadays are lazy as fuck and don't want to read. Okay, well the game came out fucking 1,000 years ago when that was a thing that people did all the time. Okay, you want to watch it? They haven't come out with a thing yet. They're working on it right now. You could have made Space Marine 1. Space Marine 2 1. Space Marine 2 is a sequel to the first Space Marine. It's about war. It's not a story of I don't like you, because clearly you're not paying attention. The one guy in your squad that ends up not liking you doesn't like you because he knows from your past that you were part of the Death Watch, which means that you must have done something horrible against the Space Marines, so he doesn't trust you and thinks that you might be a heretic because you're going to see the chaplain all the time who has claimed that you're a heretic. He's worried that he is under the rule of someone who is a literal heretic. The main character didn't deal with it well in the first game, didn't have an excuse for what to say against being a heretic. The other guy in your squad knows you're not a heretic and defends you in that situation. That's not basic or stupid. You being a heretic means that you're corrupted by chaos and could be a literal... Makes Space Marine 1 story better. They were focusing on the character. They built up his character in the first one and turned him into they made it people believe that he was a heretic. That was the point of the first game, was that he did everything right and then he was falsely accused of being a heretic. It was the whole idea of, in the Imperium, there are situations where you do everything right and you do everything the way you're supposed to, but you aren't seen the right way. The Codex Astartes doesn't support these actions because that person is trained to be an Ultramarine, down to the word. The Codex Astartes, which was written by their Primarch, so he follows it to the letter. But your character, the main character, doesn't do that. See, you clearly weren't paying attention when you played the second game, because that's not what it is. No, it is not. And you tell me that the clones are developed, but like, most of the clones are just yes sir kind of units, and some of them have personalities. Most of the clones just go, yep, reporting for duty, doing my thing. And then some of them branch off and have personalities. Oh, yes, but when they get out of the war, all of them now have PTSD. Well, guess what? The Space Marines don't get out of war because the war is ongoing. The Space Marines don't get to have that kind of like relapsed moment because there is no end. It's just war. All the time war. All the time fighting. because they don't get the traumas at the end of war doesn't mean that they're not human. But they are human in the media that they portray them in. They don't show weakness well. They don't show weakness well? They don't show weakness well in Space Marine. Titus's whole character, Titus's entire character is his self-doubt. He doesn't believe himself good enough to be a Space Marine. When he goes to the Death Watch, he believes that he deserves that. That's why he submits to that. Yes. When he's reinstated as an Ultramarine, he carries the chain as a sign of his failures. Yes, a mantra of the Space Marines, he shall know no fear. That doesn't mean that they don't. It doesn't mean that he doesn't know fear at all. Because he does. It's a mantra. It's a feeling you're trying to give yourself. He has fear. That's the thing. He does have it. The issues that people don't, I guess that you're not understanding, is that he's overcoming his shortcomings, which makes him, quote, the best of us. Titus is the he gets the laurels of victory because he's supposed to be the best of them. Of the Ultramarines, Titus is supposed to be like an exemplary situation. He is the best of them. He overcomes the things in his world. The other Space Marines aren't like that. The other Space Marines couldn't have done what he did because he's the best of them. He's not just a generic Ultramarine. He's literally the best of them. Of the Ultramarines, he is exactly what he's supposed to be. He has fear, but he overcomes the fear. You see the shortcomings in the other two members. One of them grew up on a world that was taken over by chaos, and you see him go into a blind rage and just run at them and just basically throw his life away. But you have to bring him back down. You have to bring him back down to a place where he understands that this is not what he can do, because he'll die, and he won't die when the Emperor allows, which is their faith. We've seen him at low points. Literally, the start of Space Marine 2 is him at a low point. He's part of the Death Watch. He goes to a planet to fight the Tyranids and is accepting of his death because he believes it's right. Because his doubt that he should be a Space Marine is there because he feels like he should die to the Tyranids in service to the Emperor. The difference between the Space Marines and the humans is that the Astra Militarum act human because they are literally 100% human. They are just people. Part of the point of the Space Marine is that they're supposed to be better. Like, they are better than humans. They still have shortcomings, they still have failings, but they are actually just better than humans. But they still act human, because they still are, at a base point, humans. They have extra organs, implantations, they have, like, they have extra strength and everything, and stamina. They don't need to eat. Like... in the games and stuff, no, they're not gonna feel like they act human. What do you want them to sit there piss baby afraid of the Tyranids? They don't do that. A, they're taught to especially not do that in front of the Astra Militarum. B, they're not as afraid of them because they know that they're resilient. They know that they're strong. They're not gonna be afraid like that. That's not what they are. They're built to be better. They're literally built to be war machines that are better than humans. But they still are, at a point, human. But they do have development. Titus, as a character, has had tons of development. If they didn't develop as characters and they weren't anything else, all they would do is fight, and then they would just come back to the place and they would sit and wait for the next fight. But they don't do that. They do things. What do you mean that's 1 out of millions? That's many characters do that. Well, they don't have time to tell you about every fucking Marine. Well, they don't have time to tell you the development for every fucking Marine. The other two guys you have also have development through the game. The guy in the first game who claims that you're a fucking heretic becomes a chaplain. Tell you broadly what's going on with them. Okay, The Space Marines, as a whole, in their chapters, hang out like they're brothers. Because that's how they see each other, as a brotherhood. They explain to you that the new soldiers, the fucking whatever they're called, are shunned, sort of, because they're made different and they're kind of weird. We know that they have rooms, they do their own hobbies. We know that some of them cook. We know that some of them love to paint. And they tell you all of this. Yes, they have conflict within their ranks. They tell you that in Space Marine 2. They also imply that's part of the reason why the other two guys don't like you as much. And one of the reasons why they don't trust you. Because you have the studs in your head that mark how old you are, but you're also a new type of Marine. They tell you a lot about what's going on with the Space Marines. Okay, then what's your problem with the Space Marines? They tell you what they do. And the books dive more into the interpersonal relationships between Marines. Okay, well, from the Star Wars movies, I didn't get enough of the fucking development of the characters. That books is how they explain it. Saying watch a show is a bad excuse. It's the same thing. Yes. You don't want to read it? Listen to a fucking audiobook. It's the same. I don't want to watch a show. You don't want to read a book. But you want it. Go get it. See, you don't even have an argument to state against me, so you're just bringing up something else. You can't even fight your point anymore. You're saying it's the same media. Fucking Space Marines started out. Warhammer started out as books, so they kept the same medium. You're arguing for my point. Yes, you are! You're saying, if you're gonna watch Star Wars, you can watch Clone Wars because it's still a viewing experience. Fucking Warhammer started as books. Read the books. They're the same! Yes! That's literally what you're saying! That's true too. If you want to watch something, go watch a YouTube video that explains it. Because those people will have read the books, and you can find out the lore through them. What the fuck do you want? So you can watch it. Or you could just listen to the audiobooks and learn everything in the books. What do you mean you're gonna continue this argument later? Your argument's flawed from the very start. I want to watch more. Motherfucker, if you started with the medium they gave out, you can't watch, you gotta read. That's what I said! This is, they're making a show! We're just not understanding each other? No, I'm literally reading what you're saying. What you're saying is that with Star Wars, okay, you watch Star Wars, and if you want to learn more about the clones, you can watch the Clone Wars show. Warhammer started out with books and a tabletop game, and then they made books to expand the lore. So from reading, you read, and from watching, you watch. You see how the expansion goes from there? You see how the two lines are the exact same? From watching, you watch, and from reading, you read. It's the same! Just because you're a new fan that came in now by playing one of the fucking video games doesn't exempt you from the way it was done before. If I started by reading one of the Star Wars books, I can't get all the lore by reading books. I gotta watch the fucking movies by transferring to a different medium. If I started out Star Wars by reading one of the books and I was like, I really like this, I want more. You can't go read the movies. You have to go watch them. I could read the scripts, I guess. For the original movies, then they're the exact same. They have the same kind of lore in it, they have the same kind of writing and the same feel. Because then I wouldn't be getting the lore accurately if it was written differently. I don't believe that, because not even the Star Wars books are written the same way that the movies were written. They're very different. Even the comic books are different from the movies. And regardless, transferring it that way is easier anyway. As we've all been talking, as we all talked about earlier, transferring from a book to a movie is clearly very difficult. They fuck it up every time. Plus, Warhammer might be a kind of like might be a series that makes like a decent amount of money, but it didn't. It never had the funding that Star Wars has, and they didn't jump on to make movies back in the day. So, doing it now would be too expensive, which is why the show is being made with push from a huge actor. Right, it's gonna get there. The show is more than likely going to show the interpersonal situations between Space Marines, and you're gonna get the story that you wanted. But the story is currently there. The issue you're having with Space Marines is your own fault. Because you're choosing to not go to the media that they have provided to give you the feeling you want. It's the same way that if I didn't watch the Clone Wars cartoon, I wouldn't have a feeling about the clones, because I could just choose to not do that. Yes, it's like if I chose not to watch the show. It's a choice. You're choosing not to read the books. As I could have chosen not to watch the show. Like how I haven't watched The Bad Batch, because I chose not to. The clones, to me, if I didn't watch the Clone Wars, are nothing characters. You don't have time to read, but you have time to watch the entire Clone Wars show, which would take way longer than reading one of the books. That's not true. Watching TV and reading a book, you could easily read an entire book before you could watch a season of a show. You could. That's a you problem. Some people fall asleep watching TV. Yes. Okay, that makes it a you problem. TikTok brain mentality makes it a you problem. Just because your modern brain can't focus. My entertainment has to come every 7 seconds or I have to stop. That's a modern brain problem. I can sit down and read. I am a consumer. Also, you could just listen to the audiobooks. It's basically the same as watching a show, except you just listen and can do other things. Not really. I scroll YouTube shorts all the time. Mindlessly watching stupid shit. I'm not even that big of a reader. Remember back when I was in middle school, I bought a Space Marine book. This was at a gaming/comic book store. The cashier thought I only wanted it because buying it came with a free popsicle/ice cream. I gave them a confused look for that, but I'm not gonna turn down a free frozen treat. Pretty sure it was during the summer. No, don't be sorry about the text file. That's a funny story. You don't want this Warhammer book. You just want the ice cream. And you're like, no, actually, I want to learn about the lore of Warhammer. And they're like, shut the fuck up. No, you didn't. You're like, but my Warhammer lore. The Black Library tells a great story for Warhammer. There's a lot of stuff in there that's like really important, really good to know. If you want to know all of the lore. And there's stuff for great like interpersonal growth and stuff. Teaches you that the Mechanicus aren't just like stupid machines that just run around and do nothing. You're gonna continue later and you're gonna give me points that are stupid. I'm gonna counterpoint them immediately. Reading is not that hard, and it's not that hard of a medium to consume. We've been reading for thousands of years. Listen, Hand of Fate and I can read. It's fine. It's fine. Hand of Fate and I can read. I'm sure Grim can read. He left earlier, though. But I'm sure he can read. Goose can probably read. But, you know. It's okay if you can't read. And we all know I don't read well. I've tried to read things on stream and I don't read very well. But I read. I read this fucking, when I was in Cuba, I went to visit Cuba one time, and I read this huge fucking book. I was there for like a week, and I read, The Dead Man's Blues. It's a great book. And I think I read a bit of my friend's book while I was there, because I think I finished mine, and then I started reading hers. But we spent a lot of time just drinking and talking, so... That's Cuba. And I got a wicked sunburn. There's one person who can't read, and that's MDB. Because as we all learned, MDB never learned how to read. True. Never learned how to read. We ranted a lot today. Spent a lot of time rambling and ranting about nothing. Talking about Space Marines, talking about clones from Star Wars, talking about Star Wars is dumb now. And all of that in only about 4 hours. 4 hours of just chatting. Thinking that we were going to play Silksong today. What a ridiculous thought that was. Clearly we weren't going to be doing that. We obviously just had to sit and talk about nothing. Also, the book I got was by Graham McNeil. And I'm not sure if it was supposed to be canon or if it was his own story. A lot of them are their own stories that are canon. The Black Library. Wham, wham. Warhammer 40k. Yeah, Grey Knight. $21. Crusade plus the other stories. The Devastation of Baal. There's so many books. Quick reads. We Were Brothers. All I know is that if I got into Warhammer now, I'd go with either Tau, Necrons, or Eldar. Interesting choices. I like Tau. I like the big mech suits. Space Marines are fine too. I like some of the lore between them. I don't know which ones of them I would choose though, personally. Because if I got into it now, I wouldn't have gotten into it the same way I did then. Because I was kind of into the Blood Ravens because of Dawn of War and Gabriel Angelos and the Blood Ravens. That was kind of like the Warhammer. That was like the the faction that I was into. But I'm not sure which ones I would do now. The Chaos are interesting too, but like I feel like they're too like wahahaha, we're evil. Wahaha. Space Marines are the white bread of 40k factions. Not bad, just boring. See, my issue with that is that I think that the Astra Militarum, like the Imperial Guard, I think they're the white bread of the factions, because like the most interesting thing they have is the Death Corps of Krieg, and they're just more extremist versions of themselves. I just kind of think that they're boring. Whereas at least the Space Marine factions, each one kind of acts differently from each other. The Imperial Guard are just kind of like there. They're like almost supplemental. They just kind of are. So not entirely my thing. I'm tired. We've been chatting a lot today. I think I'm gonna end the stream soon because I gotta get ready for my doctor's appointment. Apparently, I hurt myself yesterday, and apparently I have a doctor's appointment today. So I kind of got to get ready for that a little bit. But yeah, Necrons are fun because they're the evil faction that isn't just chaos. Yeah, most of the evil factions are like, we're the big scary bugs, or we're the crazy orcs. And then there's like the Necrons who are like, we were here first. And then there's the Chaos who are like, wahaha, we're evil. You're like, okay. Oh, nice. Right when I was just about to say I'm about to end. Fucking cheap viewers on Streamboo. Damn. The bot's coming in at the end. Thinking I'm not doing a good job. Telling me I need to buy my viewers. Rude. I got some Chaos Space Marines that I'm painting for the Iron Warriors. Ooh. I like it, I like the models and stuff. I think they're cool. I just think that the factions are just kind of like, eh. I love the idea of an entire faction being voiced by robotic Skeletor. I don't think that the Necrons are voiced by robotic Skeletor. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't think that they're voiced by Skeletor. But I mean, like, if you want to make a faction within them that is that, you can. You could even paint them to look like Skeletor. They could have blue bodies and that weird colored head. You're allowed to do that. That is a thing that is actually officially allowed. You don't have to paint your models correctly. They can be painted however you want, as long as they're painted. Gonna make a faction of Necrons that all have Boston accents. And someone else has to make a faction of Space Marines that are like, they all have like Southern, like cowboy style accents, and you paint them to look like the fucking, like their colors are just the fucking, what the fuck is that team called? The football team? The fucking, the Texas, I think they're Texas team. They're like the blue and white and everything, but they wouldn't be Ultramarines. They'd be like mostly white with blue accents. Every skeleton is either Skeletor or Sans. There's nothing else. Oof. Sans Undertale? The Dallas Cowboys. Thank you. The Dallas Cowboy Marines. Someone has to make the Dallas Cowboy Marines. They've got like white, silver, and blue. And you call them the Dallas Cowboy Marines. And then you can have a sub-faction of the Sisters of Battle, and they could be the Dallas Cowboy Cheerleader Marines. Gotta make Space Marines for my state football team. What? So stupid. They've all gotta have like that like a southern cowboy accent though. All like they grew up on a farm, like gotta be. It can't be anything else. Gotta have that little southern drawl in there. All of it. I'd like to introduce my faction. I'll be playing the Dallas Cowboy Marines. They have an extra D6 to their charge. And they're really good at shooting and fighting in melee. Unfortunately, if I used my state football team, they'd consistently choke at the bowl. Vikings, purple and yellow. Ugh. I saw a Nurgle figure painted to be wearing an Alabama jersey once. Such a stupid fucking idea. Where are the Vikings from? Minnesota? Minnesota? See, but their logo looks like it could be like a fucking Warhammer thing. They got the big pauldron with the Minnesota Vikings fucking like, bam, right on their arm. My God. All right, everybody, buy your Space Marine figures and paint them in the sports team nearest you. Hockey, football, basketball, whatever you like most. Okay. Gonna end my stream for real. Gonna leave. Gotta leave for today, and I'll be back on Thursday. We can do more. We might play a game on Thursday. Not just chat the whole time. But I am gonna get plans ready for Monday. We're gonna have fun on Monday. We're gonna have some weird shenanigans. But yeah. I hope you all had a nice day. I hope you continue having a nice day, and I will see you on Thursday. Bye-bye!